everybody, it's JJ and we're back again for another ASUS PC Download Hardware live stream. So today's the day. Today's finally the launch of the Z890 based chipset platform along with Intel's latest generation. Essentially the code-named AeroLink series of processors. We've got the Intel Core, Overclock 200S series CPUs. Of course, we've got a wide range of boards that we're going to be talking about. So you guys already might have joined us previously for our prior stream where we gave you guys a first look preview of the majority of the boards. But this time around, we're going to go into a little bit more comparative insights, dive actually into some demonstrations, and we're going to have actually on the board to be able to give you a bit more ins and outs across the entirety, and of course make sure you guys answer your guys' questions. So excited to be able to talk about, of course, a wide lineup of boards. We actually have 5 different series that we're going to be introducing for the Z890 based platform. So we're going to have our, of course, Prime series, and have our Tough Gaming series, our ROG Strict series, ROG Maximus series, and the ProArt series of motherboards. So regardless of, I think, your budget, your aesthetic preference, your form factor, there's going to be a board for you in terms if you're interested in jumping into this platform. A lot of great functions and features and specification support. So we're definitely going to jump into that and be able to highlight that. So let's see who we have joining us today on the stream. Thank you guys for joining us. Let me go ahead and drop out our audio, make sure that we're good okay on that side. So overall, let's see who we have joining us. We've got Michael, fantastic. Thank you for joining us today, Michael. We've got, who else is joining us as well? Daniel, fantastic. Thanks for joining us as well. We got another Michael joining us as well. Who else is here in the stream? We've got Marzim, happy to have you here joining us on the stream as well. So fantastic. Hey Daniel, fantastic to have you joining us on the stream today. So we're going to get pretty much jumping into it right off the bat. We're not going to dive too much, I think, into highlighting the platform or kind of the CPU lineup. We actually did that in our prior stream, so I'd recommend if you're interested in checking that out, make sure to go ahead and check out our ASUS North America YouTube channel. If you're checking us out right there, fantastic. Make sure you're subscribed. But you can actually check out the prior video on demand that we have there where we dived into actually the chipset, CPU, some more of the differences that are going to be present there. Here we want to really keep it focused in on the boards, segmentational differences and the insights to really help you understand what's going to be the best board for you to pick. And we also want to try to see how much we can pack in terms of some actual demos. We might reserve maybe a dedicated follow-up stream just to deeper dive into a lot of the performance tuning parameters, DDR5 overclocking, DIMM overclocking, but we're going to try to see how much we can pack in for today. So we'll definitely jump into that. So rest assured, we are going to touch on all those points. I do want to give a quick kind of initial introduction in terms of what can we expect in terms of the introduction to the Z890 based chipset. So let's quickly go ahead and just take a look at a bit of flyover of what the chipset is going to be affording to us. And we will jump in from there. So give me 1 second to go ahead and open that up. And we will go in there, say. Okay, so when we take a look here at the chipset, we're going to see that one of the biggest things that you always want to look at is what are you going to be getting in terms of the totality of how the connectivity and the PCIe lane allocation is going to be working out. So for this generation, there's definitely been some big changes. I think the biggest one is going to be the implementation of a native PCI Express Gen 5 connection, a set of by 4 lanes that are going to be allocated for your high-speed PCIe NVMe Gen 4 and Gen 5 based M.2 SSDs. In the prior generation, if you had a Gen 5 M.2 based SSD, it would be pulling essentially lanes away from the CPU, which was offering Gen 5. And the reality, while some users kind of comment or get concerned on whether or not their quote-unquote slot is going to be operating at by 8 versus by 16, it's pretty much inconsequential. It doesn't matter. Even with a 4090, you are not going to saturate a by 8 Gen 4 link where you would actually have reduced performance. Essentially, the operating performance of even the best GPU on the market right now, again, a 4090, if you're going to be running that at by 16 or by 8 is effectively the same performance. So there's no difference. But for those of you that want that, and of course just for more flexibility overall around, it's nice to have this increase in PCIe lanes. So if we take a look at this actual block diagram, this will give us a little bit of a breakdown in terms of what we can expect. So we can see, of course, up to the 8P cores, up to the 16E cores. Then of course you have your XE cores. You can see that you've got upgraded I/O connectivity resonant to the actual display out configuration as well, where you've got HDMI 2.1 and DP 2.1. So for some of you that might be running more general purpose systems and you use the integrated iGPU, that's just going to mean that you have the highest resolution and refresh rate support, be able to support, of course, 4K, 5K, 6K, even 8K based monitors. So that's actually pretty cool. We'll actually be launching a 5K monitor very shortly. We'll have a 6K before the end of the year, and we might even end up releasing our 8K based monitor before the end of the year. So if you're interested in high resolution, make sure to go ahead and check out our future live streams as well. You can see here, while there's no current PCI Express Gen 5 graphics cards on the market, you do have PCI Express Gen 5 lanes, up to 16 lanes that are dedicated there, so that is going to be present for you. And you can see here on the chipset side and the rest of the configuration, right, you've got a healthy set of I/O specification, right, with 20 gig, 10 gig, and 5G. PCI Gen 4 interconnect support, still some legacy SATA in there. You're going to see Wi-Fi 7 is going to be a consistent, actually, I/O specification in terms of, your networking specification is going to be present along with 2.5 gigabit networking. And another note will be here in terms of the memory support. Technically, the memory support is a little bit variable. It depends on whether you're talking about a UDIMM or a CUDIMM. For UDIMMs, it's going to be 5600, and then when we're taking a look at the CUDIMMs, it's going to be officially 6400. But for probably many of you, you're going to probably be picking some form of XMP memory, so you're going to be running an overclock memory. You're not going to be using the actual baseline memory speeds, and we'll talk a lot more about memory speeds, how they play out, how they differ between motherboards, and what you might want to consider when you're actually picking your memory for this platform. So overall, this just gives a little bit of a highlight in terms of what we can see on this side. We'll also quickly touch in terms of just the CPU lineup, just so you're aware of that. So let me go ahead and bring that one up in there as well. And then we're going to just jump straight into the boards, guys. So here's just the lineup in terms of what you have for the CPU side. So you can see that you've got your Ultra i5, your Ultra i7, and then your Ultra i9. Keep in mind the K designation, right, without KF. So KF means essentially you don't have that integrated graphics. The K means it is unlocked, and of course you still maintain the integrated graphics, and you can see the corresponding cores. And we're going to talk a little bit about how overclocking works. Now we can actually touch on this topic where we couldn't in the prior live stream, where we're talking about, hey, baseline frequencies and what you might actually expect in terms of improvements if you're going to decide to want to performance tune, let's say your E cores and your P cores, which again is going to be an option to you in this generation. So we're going to save that a little bit more towards the end of the stream, where we actually do some of the performance testing and the demonstration. But rest assured, we're going to dive in and give you guys some insights resonant to DDR5 overclocking and P core and E core overclocking, and some other cool insights that we're going to have on that side. Okay, so that's a quick introduction. Let's get ready to jump into the board side here. So give me one sec here, and I'll quickly see if there's any kind of base questions that we have on that, but I think it should be all pretty straightforward, right? So again, we're going to be offering 5 different series of motherboards for this platform, and we're going to start off with our Prime series. The Prime series is going to kind of be our jack of all trades. It's really a great foundation for the vast majority of builders, and I think this is going to segue really nicely into the minimum set of kind of features and specifications that you can expect on the board. So it's important to note that right now what I'm going to give you is going to be the baseline. It doesn't matter which motherboard you buy. These set of specifications and features are going to be at a starting point present on every single one of the motherboards that we talk about. So as we move up the product stack, you're just going to get more and more. I think this is really important to take a look at, especially if you're coming from an older platform. So if you might be still on X99, X299, B450, X570, right, Z270, whatever it might be, this is a great way to kind of look and see, like, this is what I'm running right now, and this is what I can be expecting regardless of which motherboard I pick. So as we go in through the rest of the board stack, I'll definitely give you the visibility and the understanding to know what are you getting as you upgrade from one motherboard series to another motherboard series. So there'll be clear, kind of digestible information to let you know, hey, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get this, and I'm going to get this. But let's start off with the fundamental baseline, okay? So what do we get from that baseline perspective? Let me bring up my slide here. And excuse me, there we go. Sorry, 1 second here. There we go. Let's bring that up there. Okay. So here, when we're taking a look at the minimum set of specifications, first and foremost, right, we got PCI Express Gen 5. So every motherboard that we're going to show here in terms of the ATX lineup, they're all going to have PCI Express Gen 5 by 16 slot, and they're all going to have that Q release implementation, right? So if you're not familiar with the Q release implementation, it is a great feature. I'm going to go ahead and just demonstrate it for you really quickly. If you're not aware, I think probably for the vast majority of you watching this stream, you are probably aware of how this feature works, but this is an ASUS innovation we brought into the industry. There are competitors that have now actually copied this type of design. Like many of our industry-leading designs, we kind of really put in the time and effort to think about you guys from a build perspective. And this was one of the ones that a lot of people really appreciated. So of course, I'm just going to take my graphics card right here. I'm going to slot it into the motherboard. And traditionally, right, you would know kind of that pain point that when you would have to try to remove the graphics card, you would have to try to find some type of, you try to get to the latch, push that latch down. Sometimes people use a spreader tool. They might use a flathead screwdriver. They might do something to try to eject the graphics card. So you can see right now, if I attempt to lift the graphics card out, let me go ahead and remove this banner for you guys, right? If I attempt to remove this graphics card, I can't. It's locked in place. It is in there. But the great thing that this motherboard has is it actually has a little latch that's right here. So there's actually a latch mechanism, and on some of the new motherboards there's even a more advanced version where there's not even any button, but all I need to do is just depress that latch. You might have heard that little click, and essentially now I can pull out my graphics card. So every motherboard will have this this Q release or this Q Slim design release implementation. So I absolutely love that in terms that just it makes your build process just that much easier, that much simpler, that much more straightforward. So all of them will have that Q release design. Okay, and let me know if you guys tried out Q release. Do you like the Q release design? Do you appreciate it? You know, love to hear your guys' feedback in the commentary right there. Next up, every motherboard is going to have PCI Express Gen 5 M.2 SSD slot with Q latch. So the Q latch is just going to be an easy way for you to be able to go ahead and install your M.2 based SSDs. So as an example again here, let me go ahead and I'll show this to you quickly. And actually we can do this in a little bit of a flyover, but I can show you in a quick, I think, visual. So give me 1 second here. I'll bring up a quick little option here. There we go. Just be able to show you here. So we have revised it for this generation. So for this gen, this actual design is pretty cool. So if you take a look right here, you'll see that this is a close-up of the board, and instead, in the past, we used to actually have this small little kind of turn mechanism that you would actually turn it, lock into place. Really simple and really easy. A lot of people loved that when we first implemented it. For this generation, we made it even simpler to where essentially you have this depression mechanism. So it pretty much auto locks into place, and then when you want to remove the M.2 SSD, you essentially just depress it and you'll be able to bounce back out, right? So again, let's just go ahead and take a look at that, see how it goes in, installed in. So every board will have essentially this M.2 latch design. So they will all have this easy M.2 installation, and every board will have, in addition to that, 4 M.2 slots. So I don't know, love to see in your guys' comments, how many M.2 SSD slots do you have on your motherboard? It wasn't even that long ago in some of the prior chipset generations. You might have only been looking at 1 or 2 slots, but now every board will have at least 4 PCI NVMe M.2 SSD slots. Every board will at least have one 40 gigabit USB-C port on there, so you're at least going to have one, and actually the majority will have 2, but 40 gigabits USB-C is going to be a base specification. This is pretty awesome because in the prior generation, you saw that only the highest end motherboards in the product stack actually had Thunderbolt or 40 gigabit connectivity. So if we went back into the Z790 segmentation, right, you were literally only looking at like the Maximus class boards. But it's great now here, something like our Prime series or even Tough Gaming models, they're all going to be offering 40 gigabits. Okay, you'll also see, this is pretty cool. Now, the only motherboard I believe right now in the entirety of the industry that has actually Thunderbolt 5 is our Maximus Z890 Extreme motherboard. That offers an absolutely just insane level of bandwidth, right, that is going to be afforded to you. There's some other cool kind of functionalities available within Thunderbolt 5, but if you did want Thunderbolt 5 for some reason over time, but of course you don't want to have to buy into the Extreme board, we do actually offer the Thunderbolt 5 add-in card support on the other models. And so you'll actually find that on our motherboards there will be a corresponding header. Let me see if I can find for you the little header on here quickly. Yep. So let's see if I can show it to you. Not all, I'll show it in a secondary image, but let me see if I can do it right here for you guys. Great thing about having the boards here on hand, so we'll do that. Okay, so here you guys can see this Tough Gaming board, and right down here, so here you can see you've got your that's going to be your your COM, your HD audio, your USB ports. Here you can see your chassis fan header. Right there below this actual slot is going to be a TB set of pins. So if I maybe get just a little bit closer there, see if I can focus it in there. There you go, right there. That is going to be your TB header. So that will actually allow you to have access to a Thunderbolt add-in card. So we will have a Thunderbolt 5 add-in card. You can connect that in there, install that into the slot, and then you would be good to go. Now you do want to keep in mind that for that Thunderbolt header add-in card, that is going to be exclusive to ASUS, and it would be exclusive to only working on ASUS motherboards. You can't use that Thunderbolt 5 add-in card with other motherboards on the market, so it is important to note that, okay? You're going to have Wi-Fi 7 at a minimum on all these motherboards, whether it would be 160 megahertz or 320 megahertz. You will have Wi-Fi 7. All of them will have our brand new Q antenna based design, which that is awesome. That's just going to be an easier design to be able to connect your antennas. So you can literally see if any of you have had to ever screw in an antenna. The great thing is here, this is literally a push fit design. I literally just pop it into place and I'm good to go. And I'll show you that a little bit later on a close-up camera and with a secondary shot, but it's super simple. You can see right there just to be able to remove it and connect it. And this actually also does provide better attenuation performance, better signal strength, and it comes with an awesome set of features that we have alongside in the operating system to help you have a better connected experience. So that's going to be our Q antenna design. 2.5 gigabit Ethernet is also going to be consistent on these models with LANguard. LANguard is essentially a specialized design that we have as part of the housing and the jack itself, where we have improved performance for not only EMI but ESD. So things like surge, sags, spikes, brownouts, things along those lines that can damage potentially the Ethernet controller and actually can travel through to the other portions of the board and damage the motherboard. That is mitigated, so you're going to get an improvement that. An integrated IO shield. I think most of you guys at this point have probably built now a system and appreciate having that IO shield fully integrated. I remember when we were again the first in the industry. So many of these things we are the first manufacturer to release in the industry when we first did this on our Rampage series of ROG motherboards, and now it's become ubiquitous on so many of our models. Not every single motherboard, but close to almost now the vast majority of motherboards are coming with an integrated IO shield. The ProCool power connectors. This is actually pretty cool and something that sometimes some people don't realize. So if I go back here to maybe a little bit of a closer shot, it's actually going to be the pins right here. So what we mean by these ProCool power connectors is that these pins internally are actually thicker. So the thicker pins do actually improve or increase current handling, and they also reduce resistance. So that means actually the internal temperature within this housing, when you actually have the connector, it's actually going to be a lower operating temperature, and we also extend or essentially enhance the current handling capability. So it just allows it to be more performant, more efficient, and lower temperature. So the ProCool power connectors are favorable, especially if you're just running long, sustained periods of time. We actually originally developed this type of design implementation for our professional workstation series of motherboards, and then years ago we started introducing them on more and more of our consumer-based motherboards. And now, as you can see, across all of the models that we're going to talk about, they're all going to have that ProCool power connector design. Okay, so let me go back out here, guys. We got the ProCool power connectors. Every board is going to have ASUS AiAdvisor. Now, AiAdvisor is pretty interesting. I can't actually demo it today because it won't be going online until probably about the first week of November. But I'm going to show you guys just a little bit of kind of an animation here, a little bit of a walkthrough, because this is a really exciting feature that we are going to be introducing. So with essentially AiAdvisor, you will have an integrated LLM, and you'll be able to ask the actual LLM, the AiAdvisor application questions. And the really cool thing is that this is based behind all the kind of internal documentation that we develop when we're launching the product. So everything from like our manual to insights that our product management and R&D team can provide, to also kind of common queries that we get through service and support. So an example like right here is you could ask it, hey, can you optimize my CPU performance? Or maybe I want to make my system faster. Maybe you don't know too much about some of the features or functions, but here it can describe to you, hey, you can actually get better performance if you utilize our AiOC technology. And the really cool part is, instead of then having to go figure out where to kind of enable that, you can actually see that you can enable AiOC directly from within the ASUS Advisor application. You also have the ability to essentially upvote the feedback that is being provided, so we can continue to fine-tune this. The really exciting thing is, over time, we're actually going to be integrating this in with even part documentation and installation information. So you would actually eventually be able to go in and be able to like select your parts. So let's say you have a GT302 chassis, you have a Strix LC cooler, you have this motherboard, and it can actually give you guidance on what's the actual correct steps to go through in terms of installation experience, certain things you might want to keep in mind, which connections you're actually going to want to utilize. So there's a lot of really cool insights that would be focused specific to your build and your configuration. And I really love that kind of streamlined level of information delivery. You can also see that it gives you expanded kind of secondary prompts, so you can go maybe, hey, how can I optimize my computers for performance? What settings should I change, right? Can you assist with increasing my speed? So these are other kind of questions that could kind of align in with that. Or maybe you want to find out how a feature works. So you can see, hey, tell me about DIMM fit, which I'm going to talk about DIMM fit in a little while, actually demonstrate it. You can see it will prompt you and give you an insight into that. Or there's another one, hey, my PC's too loud, right? Can you help me essentially tune my fans, right? And so here it would give you automatically the integrated fan controls, and you could see, hey, you could set the full speed, turbo, silent mode. So we actually think this is a really exciting, compelling implementation for really taking something like an LLM, but making it real world and usable for you. So we're very excited to be launching this on Intel Z890 series based motherboards, and expect a lot more information regarding essentially the ASUS AiAdvisor coming up in the first week of November when we formally launch it. Do keep in mind that we have some of you guys that are probably joining us from around the world. This won't be available in every single region globally, so do keep in mind that there will be some geo restrictions. But if you're based in North America, so you're in the US and Canada, you will have access to ASUS AiAdvisor. And this will be a standalone application that you will be able to download through the ASUS Driver Hub utility, or you can go directly to our service and support site to be able to access ASUS AiAdvisor. Okay? Let me go ahead and see if there's any quick questions. Can it download my RAM directly from the website? No, it sadly cannot. Okay, we're not there yet, right? Somebody's asking about the NIC on the Extreme. So yes, the Extreme is going to be feature a 10 gigabit LAN. So if you're somebody that's looking for a very high speed of course, network connectivity, you do have that, of course, alongside with Wi-Fi 7 based connectivity. And we'll be talking about that in the not too distant future. So just keep it tuned here to the stream. We'll get into the Extreme a little bit later on when we get into Maximus boards. Okay. So Michael goes, what if I want to use a different antenna, right, with the Q antenna? I wouldn't recommend that. We already spend time to essentially do a testing and validation, signal strength validation specifically with those antenna designs. Sometimes people will think that they're getting a better antenna just because they think it's better for the dB measurement, but you actually want to generally match like kind of the attenuation and decibel performance, and also making sure that the antenna is like a dual band based design. There's actually single band based antennas, they're dual band based antennas. There's actually antennas that are designed to be able to operate better at 6 gigahertz as well, which is a key parameter for Wi-Fi, for Wi-Fi 7. The point being is that we've already tested outstanding performance. There's no point for you whatsoever to change or swap out the antenna, so it's not something that I would look to do. So yeah, don't change it because it's already going to give you great performance right out of the box. Okay, all right, so that is going to be the ASUS AiAdvisor feature set, and we've got another still set of features here that is going to be consistent independent of that. So next one here is going to be ASUS's UEFI BIOS. We've updated that to a full HD resolution. So this is fantastic. It means it's just going to be sharper, clearer. It's going to look nicer. The screenshots are going to look better. Actually, I can show you a couple of screenshots right here that we have in terms of the UEFI BIOS in HD. But I will note that we will actually go into the UEFI a little bit later. We're going to demo it. We're going to test it out. We're going to try it out. But if I kind of compare the different resolutions, you'll just see overall here, if we take a look at a UEFI screenshot for this generation, it's really nice and sharp and clear because it's in full HD. Now I will note, because we're rendering it essentially at a higher resolution and you're in an environment where there's not kind of the same type of acceleration performance that you have within the desktop and you have drivers, I would say that the fluidity is slightly reduced compared to the lower resolution. So you're somebody that really loves to kind of just hammer that arrow key and really look for the highest level of fluidity moving in and out, then you can disengage the HD UEFI. But for me, I'd much rather have the kind of the sharper and the clearer text experience, right, with just a little bit reduced level of fluidity, and we're going to continue to try to optimize that further over the coming weeks, over the next coming months. All right. Let's go back in here. Excuse me. And go back. Okay. Next here, outside of the HD UEFIs, we're going to have Q dashboard in the UEFI BIOS. So this is a really awesome feature, and we'll look more closely at this in terms of like a demo. But let me go ahead and actually bring up to you a quick image of this. Let me actually put in my flash drive right here and bring this image up here for you guys, and I can show you guys what this looks like. But it is pretty awesome. For a lot of users, and I don't know if you guys have had this pain point, so let me know if you've had, but for a lot of users, when they're attempting to kind of figure out which ports are active in a system, they can kind of be confused whether or not an actual slot is being utilized, which port is being utilized, or even where to go to which corresponding menu in the UEFI. So you can actually see now with Q Dashboard, again, this will be present on all the motherboards. You actually will get a visual map of the actual UEFI BIOS and presenting your board specifically, and it will show you actually all of your active ports and selections. You'll also notice here you actually have a quick filter, so you can filter between, let's say, all devices, USB devices, SATA devices, M.2 devices, PCIe, or fans, and then you just see those corresponding connections. And then the really cool part from there is that you do have the ability that you can immediately just go in and click into essentially that submenu, and then you would be able to access essentially that corresponding menu. So you saw right there, we decided to go to fans, and then once we go to fans, we can click directly into the actual fan control menu. So even if you might have not been aware, oh, I need to actually go into the monitoring section, go into the CPU fan controls, if you just went into Q Dashboard, you can essentially help you to navigate to really any one of those subsections. And this will be another feature which you don't immediately see present right here because the points haven't been calibrated yet because we haven't run Q fanning, but another new consistent feature on the boards will be the implementation for a 8-point fan curve. So I'm a big fan of fan controls. It's something that I absolutely love, and I did help to advocate and push our team for this implementation, but you'll actually see that we now have an 8-point fan curve. So in prior generations, we actually had a 4-point fan curve. Worked pretty well, but of course with fans becoming faster and faster and faster, you now can see lots of fans that are over 1500 RPM, 2000 RPM, 22, 25, even 3000 RPM fans. Having that 8-point fan curve along with essentially this step up and step down value, which allows you to control kind of the ramping performance between these points, really allows you to have a large amount of granularity and control to really make sure that you kind of tune your system for the right thermal performance and kind of responsiveness, as well as for the right acoustics that are going to work best for you in terms of your build and your kind of preferences. So I'm really excited about this, and keep in mind that for these class of fan controls, they're fully available to you inside the UEFI BIOS as well as within Armory Crate within Fan Expert. So it doesn't matter how you want to customize your fans, you'll have that option available to you within the UEFI BIOS, and you'll also have it available to you within the operating system. So we have that 8-point fan curve. Okay. We're almost wrapping out the minimum consistent features. Let me go ahead and see if there's any quick questions that might have come up right there. Speed Racer Media, man, happy to have you here. Go. Will ASUS AiAdvisor eventually be made available to other Z-series based motherboards? So yes, we do have the plan that over time we're going to look to try to backport. I think probably the most immediate focus will be with, of course, our recently introduced X870 series of motherboards. Beyond that, you're just going to have to watch out for updates from not only corresponding future live streams that we'll have here on the PC DIY channel, as well as in our PC DIY community group, which is linked in the description. But we'll let you know as far as where we'll continue to be rolling that out for more and more products. Okay. Hey, Sneff, happy to have you here. Great to have you join us on the stream. Let me go ahead and see right there. So Michael Braun goes is that he does love the new Q Dashboard feature. Fantastic, right? Yes. So Justin Chu notes that the new DIMM 2 design is slick. Oh, yeah, we're going to touch on that in a little bit. Very, very fantastic, right? So JJ, is the algorithm used by DIMMFIT the same as what is used by the memory manufacturer used to bin their memory? No, there could be some similarities, but it's a little bit different. We'll dive more into DIMMFIT in a little bit, but to kind of give you guys a little bit of insight, and this is actually a good timing for it because as we're going into consistent features, we actually it's perfectly aligned with DIMMFIT right here. So what is DIMMFIT? So the long and short of it, and I actually have some screenshots here that I can hopefully be able to bring you guys up in a second, but many users, you can see like right here, and this is a Z790 based system, but I have 4 DIMMs in there. The reality is that the majority of kits that you purchase on the market are only a 2 DIMM kit. They are not 4 DIMM based kits. Or sometimes a user will decide to buy much faster frequency memory. So example right here is I have this kit of Patriot Viper 8200 UDIMM based memory. And so the reality is that you actually might have a memory controller that might not be able to operate at this frequency. But what would the user do is they would see, hey, my motherboard supports this speed, I'm buying memory that runs at this speed, and I'm going to plug it in, and I'm going to enable XMP, and it's supposed to work, right? It's not really the way it works, because technically you're talking about an overclock parameter. You can't guarantee overclocking. There's a reason why the CPU manufacturer determines a guaranteed minimum operating DRAM divider, right? And that is going to be what's called the default port table, which in like prior generations like 4800 or like 52 or like 5600, whatever your speed might be. So what DIMM actually does is pretty cool because many users, they don't know what they're supposed to change if it doesn't work. They don't know, am I supposed to change something like VDDQ, which is a specific voltage, which sometimes will work better at a lower voltage with some memory ICs and some CPUs, and sometimes it'll work better at a higher level. Maybe I'm supposed to change maybe some tertiary timings. Maybe I'm supposed to change TFRC or some other corresponding value within there. Many users just don't know where to start. So DIMM will go in and essentially attempt to bin out and go through a huge number of permutations and making adjustments through an extensive what's called training process. And this will be entirely automated, but it is quite lengthy. It'll take somewhere between about maybe as little as about 3 hours to upwards of over 7 hours, depending if you're running like very high density configurations and 4DIMM configurations. But at the end of this, it will actually create you a new profile parameter that you can essentially utilize. So helping you to kind of fill in that space of going, if I don't know how to tune to get my memory working, what can I ultimately get out of this memory to get it to a working state, but without really having to know the ins and outs of DRAM tuning, which can be quite complicated and can also be quite tedious and time consuming to go through so many permutations to figure something out. So we're really, really excited about this, and I love that this type of feature, which in the past I think we might have relegated to maybe only being like on our most enthusiast motherboards, it's really awesome that DIMM is available on all of our Z890 based motherboards. So again, if you get the Tough Gaming motherboard or if you get the Prime Series motherboard, you're going to have access to that DIMM technology. Let me see quickly here if I do have that screenshot here for DIMM, so give me 1 second. Yeah, so I think I have it right here. Okay, so, and again, we will go into this a little bit later, but you'll see actually inside the UEFI BIOS, there will be an option right here that says, hey, DIMM, and you can actually run DIMM, and you will have the option to essentially select one of 3 different stores. So once the actual DIMM routine completes, it will store that and you'll actually see a full profile set of information there for you. And it's actually pretty cool too, because you'll see that there's even options right here that you can load or save the profiles to a flash drive. That could be beneficial if maybe you're swapping from different memory kits, maybe different CPU combinations. Maybe you want to even share files amongst each other within the community, as there can be similarities that once certain kits are kind of profiled and modeled, then they can of course be beneficial to others. So this could be something that the actual community kind of takes advantage of this tool and even be able to kind of enhance the operating experience. But again, I think this really shows our leadership and really the best in class DRAM technologies that are being offered on the motherboards. And it doesn't stop there. We've got a lot more in terms of DDR5 technologies that we have baked in, from NitroPath, which is going to be on our RG motherboards, to of course DIMM, which is an amazing technology that allows you to kind of optimize for different timing states depending on the thermal parameters of the DRAM and being able to change the actual parameters based on the temperature of the memory. There's a lot of really cool stuff that we have specifically just for DRAM that really allow you to kind of take your builds and your system's performance and also reliability to new heights. So that's going to be pretty cool. So that is going to be DIMM. Now, last but not least, just kind of rounding things out there, we've got, of course, a SafeDIMM with Q-DIMM. SafeDIMM essentially is just the actual physical design right here of the actual memory slot itself. You'll notice there's like a little solid pin in there. Ultimately, this just helps to have more resiliency to the actual slot, make sure that it allows for a firmer, more snug kind of connection. It can help potentially kind of with signal stability with that slot not having as much movement, so that is going to be a consistent item. There are some vendors that don't have this type of design all the way down to something like more entry-level options. So again, we do offer our SafeDIMM design across all the models. And then Q-DIMM, forgot the actual I there, apologies on that side, but the Q-DIMM is essentially going to be a pre-post technology. So if you actually physically install the memory in one slot, but you don't have fully seated, the actual little LED on the slot will light up, letting you know that you need to install the memory. And I'll go ahead and quickly demo that for you guys once we actually get our testbed system set up here, and you'll actually be able to see how it works. It's very nice. It's, again, probably for those of you that have built lots of systems, you won't think this is a big deal, but maybe for first-time builders, sometimes people just don't realize that they think they installed the memory in there, it's not fully seated, and so now, before you even turn on the power button, a little LED will essentially turn on and let you know, hey, you need to fully seat down that memory, and then once that LED disappears, there's no LED, you know you're good to go, okay? Safe slot just means that, of course, we've enhanced the actual design for the PCIe slot itself, we actually have a best-in-class in the industry design where it's improved on the X, Y, and Z axis for torsion and for ultimate flex. So it's a very resilient slot, works really, really well in that regard, okay? QLED, of course, is our 4-segment LED design on our boards. So that, of course, is going to be for the CPU, for the graphics card, for the DRAM, and for the boot device. MPU Boost is a really cool new feature that we've introduced here. I think I can show you guys a quick screenshot of this feature within the UEFI. Let me see if I can find my NPU Boost. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this will be an option that is available to you. So as you may or may not have heard, one of the new things that is going to be present on these CPUs is essentially a dedicated portion of the CPU that will essentially be that NPU, that neural processing unit, essentially designed for specialized workloads. They might be sometimes referenced as AI workloads, but they're really kind of specialized workloads that can be handled really well from an efficiency standpoint. And here we can actually help to enhance the performance further. So we're going to be entering an era where when we think about kind of performance tuning or overclocking, it's not just the CPU, it's not just the memory, it might not be just the cache, the ring bus, the GPU's memory, right? There's now even the NPU. So there's a lot of forms of performance tuning that we're now starting to see in terms of platforms. And of course, ASUS, we love performance tuning. We love giving you options to be able to take your system's performance further. So you can see there's actually 3 different levels that all you need to do is just go and engage them to see if you can get a bit more performance out of that NPU in your specific workloads. So that's an exciting new feature that, again, is going to be present across all of these boards. All right. So Jency, I assume it's like a red light. So I'm assuming what you're probably referring to there is the Q-DIMM design. It's actually not a red light. It's more kind of like an amber, like an orange light on the motherboard. So again, I will demonstrate that for you when I actually put up the test bed. Okay. Let me go ahead and see. Hey, Iraq on deck. Right, let me just go ahead and see. So Jency, I think this is an interesting question, right? Is that when he says this, so out of curiosity, why wasn't there an option for segment 7 display? I think we look to try to prioritize just different functions and features. So I know some enthusiasts really swear by this type of display, but the reality is it doesn't actually have that much real value. And what I mean by that is if you really understand kind of the debugging routine process, you could have an actual postcode, and the postcode could read out to you a 55 error memory code. It doesn't actually mean that it even has anything to do with memory. It could be tangentially connected to memory, but the real issue could actually be the memory controller. Because let's say you go in and engage XMP, right? And then you get a 55 error memory code. You then go, I think something's wrong with my memory, and there's nothing wrong with the memory. You could actually test the memory and it works entirely fine. But the problem is that the IMC has been pushed too hard and it's locked in and can't complete the memory training process. So it takes the user down thinking that this is the only problem. When in reality with the QLED, which again, motherboards didn't even used to have QLED, and we have now standardized that across every motherboard. So it's unequivocally the truth that we now give you more diagnostic options than you had in years past. So while some people might want to see that present more, we have already rolled out essentially diagnostic notifications on more motherboards than there ever have been. So I think that's a win for users. And also it ends up providing about the same information. So essentially if that DRAM LED turns on, it would still be, okay, you have to debug your LED. Now there can be some situations where unquestionably it can provide you some additional value, but I'll give you like a counterpoint for us when we decided saying, did we want to put that or did we want to put something else? So let's say if we look at our ROG Strix models, the ROG Strix models like the Dash A and the Dash F, they don't have that segment display. But what did we put on instead? We put the clear CMOS button on there. So in the past, we didn't used to offer a clear CMOS button on those more entry motherboards. I personally think a clear CMOS button is way more useful than the segment 7 display, because if I run into a problem, the only way I can clear the CMOS is what I literally have to do. I'm going to have to go in and I'm going to have to pop out a battery. I don't know if the battery is accessible, or I'm going to have to short the jumper on the motherboard, right, to be able to go ahead and also be able to clear the CMOS. I'd much rather have a button that I can just clear. So I think from a debugging, a troubleshooting, and overclocking perspective, if I have to kind of go, what are 2 kind of similar cost options to implement and what gives me more value, I think, to a greater set of users? Actually, I think a clear CMOS button is more favorable. But, you know, we'll see ultimately what the community and the feedback is. We recently did that in the last generation. So we started that in the refresh for Z790, and now Z890 has that. X870 also did that, where instead of doing something like the 7 segment, we decided to prioritize something like clear CMOS. There's also other features that similarly, like AiOC, we put on more motherboards instead of putting something like that. And that also costs us money because that's a hardware level microcontroller. And again, I think that actually has way more value than a segment 7 display because it gives us a lot of really interesting data. It helps to performance optimize the system more easily for the user. So it's always a balancing act of trying to figure out what's the best option, I think, for the majority of users, as opposed to maybe just a niche of users. So hopefully that makes sense, or at least helps you to have some understanding regarding how we approach the design, right? Okay. So, Michael, you're interesting when you ask this. I believe I already talked about this with you in the past. We already had this type of technology, and the reality is just users and media didn't really respond to it in terms of advocating that they wanted to keep it on motherboards. For years, we actually had a dedicated microcontroller called an iROG microcontroller on motherboards. It had a USB port. It allowed you to connect something like a laptop. You could connect it directly to the motherboard, and you could have low-level readout information. You could see your voltages. You could see postcode readout information. You could actually store information, do lots of really cool things. And the reality is that we saw less users really appreciating that extra time and effort and cost that we were putting into the motherboard. So we shifted over to prioritizing other designs, features, and functions. If again, like though, we always tell the community, if you guys really respond and say, hey, we would love to see this feature back, anything is possible. We could definitely reintroduce that. But you know, the reality is that sometimes it can be challenging to get users to recognize the breadth and depth of everything we put it in. That's why we try to do things like these streams. We try to do guides, insight pieces, have our community so that we can give you that, work with media to be able to provide this information. But even media can find this challenging to sometimes try to cover all the detail of these products, especially for motherboards, where we're now seeing sometimes less, more in-depth type of motherboard coverage. There are great sites though that still sometimes are going through and kind of trying to highlight these features and functions, which we think are really important, because this helps to give you guys as users the understanding of where there's board differences, and hopefully trying to make sure that we keep the features that you guys are going to find useful and you guys are going to appreciate, right? Okay. So let's go ahead and now move, I think, into the boards here, guys. So that is going to again be our quick baseline. I'm just going to go show that slide deck really quickly. I'm not going to recap everything, but I'm just going to show that again. That's our minimum, and then we're going to move into essentially those base boards. So again, Gen 5 slot with Q release, Gen 5 M.2 SSD with Q latch, at least 4 M.2 SSDs, 40 gigabits with USB-C, a minimum of 1. All of the boards being essentially able to support Thunderbolt 5 via an add-in card, Wi-Fi 7, at least at 160 megahertz. The majority of the boards will actually be 320 megahertz. They all have that quick antenna design, 2.5 gig Ethernet, integrated IO shield, those thicker, more efficient, better current handling, Pro-Cool power connectors, the AiAdvisor, UEFI BIOS now in HD resolution, the Q dashboard, so that's that easy readout, AI cooling with Fan Expert 4 along with the 8-point fan gradient, the DIMM FET for being able to auto essentially optimize different types of memory configurations over an extended period of time. Again, that does take quite a number of hours. It can be anywhere from about 3 to as much as maybe 7 plus hours. Safe DIMM, physically reinforced DIMM slots, safe slot, reinforced PCIe slots. QLED is that 4-point LED lighting system. MPA boost, an easy option to be able to automatically overclock and enhance the performance for your MPU. And then ASUS Aura Sync and Armory Crate and Driver Hub. So Driver Hub, I do want to show you guys right here. I think we'll demo it when we get into the demo system, but I do want to touch on that. That's the last one right there. So Driver Hub is pretty cool. We actually introduced this in our our X870 based lineup of motherboards. And the big change that we actually made here with Driver Hub was we wanted to essentially make it more streamlined for users that want to be able to go ahead and essentially download their drivers and utilities independent of AC. So AC has always had the option, well, not always, but at least over the last couple of years, we've added the option to be able to download your drivers and utilities. But the new option is actually very streamlined. I think I have a secondary drive that might have a quick image reference on it for it. So let me see if I have it on here, guys. I think I should have it in here. Yeah, so let me see if I can bring this up here. So Driver Hub is a very tiny application. When you download it, it's probably about like 3.5 to about 4 megabytes. It's web-based, and when you essentially run it, it will scan your system, as you can see right here. Once it scans your system, it will provide you essentially a prompt for all of the drivers and the optional utilities that you have available for your system. So you can see right there, it shows you, hey, here, these are your driver updates available. Do you want to install them? I can just click 1, 2, 3. I can click however many, and then they'll just install sequentially and go through and reboot your system. But that's it. So it's a super easy, minimal way to get up and running on your system. And all of the boards will automatically install the LAN driver. So the Wi-Fi driver is actually too large to pre-package into the UEFI BIOS, so we can't preload the Wi-Fi driver, but we can preload the LAN driver. So as long as you have an Ethernet connection, you'll get prompted when you complete your Windows installation, hey, do you want to install Driver Hub? It'll automatically install that driver for you. Then it will pop up this install. You can complete that, and then within probably like a minute and a half, you're going to essentially be downloading your drivers. Super fast, super easy, and you can also use this to download all your optional utilities. So if you want to download Turbo V Core, the antivirus software, Armory Crate, all the other things that might come along with your system, then this can also handle that. And this will also give you options as well to be able to go ahead and do like notifications based on updates. So yeah, it's a great new option. It has rolled out for X870 motherboards, has rolled out for Z890 motherboards. I have actually done some soft testing already on some prior generation motherboards, and it does work as well. We just haven't fully kind of validated it, but it will continue to roll out to more and more of our motherboard series product. And of course, as we move forward, all motherboards will be using Driver Hub as their default, essentially kickoff point for being able to install your drivers and your utilities, right? LANOC, this is a great reviewer, guys. If you guys haven't checked out LANOC, he's a longtime industry veteran, has a great website. I recommend you guys checking him out. Does a great job to actually do great performance testing. I love actually still classic websites along with video-centric creators because I think both can offer compelling value propositions, but I like sometimes being able to read through the data, see the chart data and that information. But definitely check out LANOC. I know that Wes, him over there, it definitely can be hard because we pack in so many different things in there, right? Let me go ahead and see right here. Oh, another reviewer here as well on the YouTube side. So we've got E-Rock on tech. Driver Hub is awesome. Definitely continue to add to it. So very, very cool. So yeah, guys, two great reviewers that if you guys haven't checked out, make sure to check them out. Both of them have actually recently reviewed current generation motherboards that we have that actually can give you some insight into some of these cool features, including Driver Hub. All right. So I would definitely recommend you guys check that out. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and go into our Prime series right here. All right, let me go in. So we're going to go into the Prime-P here, and I'm going to quickly on this because I want to get pretty much started on the Plus board. I don't actually have the Prime with me, but I'm just going to go ahead and kick it off really quick just so you guys can see. And it already gave us kind of the baseline of what we were talking about in terms of, you know, that minimum feature set. It's pretty much based off of the -P. So for all intents and purposes, this is pretty much that baseline target of everything that we've talked about you're going to get within this model. So if you want to start off here with the -P, this is going to be the board for you. Coming in at $250 is going to be its MSRP price. And we'll bring it up right here. So the Prime series always is kind of just like a tried and true classic series, right? I love that in terms of it. It's got that nice clean black and white design with those silver accents. I think it looks great. Works really well for a base foundation for a white themed build, but also works well for black, and it gives you just a little bit of additional contrast. You got a good performant teamed power delivery design here in terms of the VRM assembly. Again, those Procool power connectors, 4 slots. You're going to see you only have one M.2 SSD heatsink on here compared to the more boards that you're going to have more M.2 SSD heatsinks. But again, you're going to still have that Q release. You're going to still have Gen 5, and you're going to still have support for 4 PCIe NVMe drives. You're also going to, of course, have you know, your 1, 2, and then down here is going to be 3 ARGB headers, and then you're also going to have your legacy RGB header. It's actually the only board in the lineup that does maintain a legacy RGB header. And then you've got internal USB-C. When we take a look at the rear I/O stacks up pretty well. You're going to have, of course, HDMI, DP, and then you're going to have 8 ports along with 2.5G and Wi-Fi 7. And you're going to have 10 gig right there, 40 gig right there, 5 gig, and 5 gig. So that's a good healthy mix, because if you consider the internal and external ports, that's going to be 8. Plus, you, of course, have 2 more on the inside here. So you're going to have that USB 3, USB-C, and then legacy USB 3 type A, right? So that's actually going to be another port, and another port. So a pretty healthy port count there for the majority of builders, solid system. And we always get the question, is there going to be a performance difference? The VRM and the heatsink design here is robust enough. It doesn't matter whether you run that Ultra 5 or that Ultra 9. The performance is going to be stable, reliable. You're going to be able to still do overclocking if you want to. You won't have our ASUS AiOC technology to kind of make it even more easy for you. But if you want to manually tune your system and you go in, you can definitely do that. So you can feel still comfortable and confident that this is a great baseline board. From here, I'm going to go ahead and kick it into Tough Gaming and see what do we get when we jump into the Tough Gaming models. All right. So Mods by Ben notes, hey, good price. Yeah, thanks for joining. Another fantastic modern builder here that we have with Mods by Ben. Definitely super creative individual, so I would recommend definitely checking them out right there. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into our next models, which are going to be on the Tough Gaming side. So I think on the Tough Gaming side here, I want to go ahead and first note what we're going to be kind of showing in terms of what do you get when you move into the Tough Gaming models, right? So let's go ahead and bring this up first. So I've got a little bit of a slide here of what are we going to get when we upgrade to Tough Gaming. So moving over from the Prime, right? So moving from Prime to Tough Gaming, what do we get? We're going to get a higher PCB layer count and 2 ounces of copper. Now this is pretty big already because as a whole, now from the majority of new boards, moving to PCI Express Gen 4 and then Gen 5, DDR5, it has required more advanced PCB designs, more specialized circuits and hardware that we have to put on boards. The layer count can help in terms of signal integrity performance sometimes for DRAM overclocking, but it's not really isolated to just that. Just having a higher layer count doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get better DRAM overclocking, but it can be a contributing factor. The copper count can be beneficial for actually board thermal temperatures. So as you kind of start to get more heat soak on the board, the higher the copper count can also help to actually kind of create a little bit less heat pooling within the board as well. There can be some other benefits on that, but overall you're going to get an increase to that 8-layer PCB with 2 ounces of copper. Of course, you're also going to get higher performing heat sinks. You're also going to get higher performing power stages, inductors, capacitors. So overall, the VRM and the heat sinks, everything around that's going to be upgraded. You're going to get more M.2 heat sinks. Remember on the Tough Gaming motherboard compared to the Prime model, right? If we bring up again a little bit side by side, remember the Prime it has 4 slots. Tough also has 4 slots, but 3 of those slots even at a minimum, right? So again, if we take a look at the motherboard, 3 of those slots are going to have heat sinks, where on the Prime you only had 1 heat sink on there, okay? You're going to get the Q release Slim on the Pro. So when I put Pro on here, because we're going to talk about 2 Tough Gaming motherboards, the Pro designation would mean that's going to be on the Pro Tough Gaming model, but not on the Plus. So both of these will get Q release, because remember Q release is on every motherboard, but Q release Slim is going to be on the Pro model. The Pro is also going to give you 30 watt fast charging on that front USB port. So if you want fast charging, you can do that. The Pro is also going to introduce ASUS AiOC. So if you want to take advantage of that really easy and advanced robust auto overclocking technology, it's on the Pro. You're going to get more USB ports and high speed ports overall, regardless of whether you go with the Plus or the Pro, but there's even more ports as a whole on the total on the Pro. You're going to get optical audio also on these boards, along with the DTS audio suite. The primary M.2 SSD is going to be toolless, and then you also get an optional temp sensor on the Pro. So Mods by Men might be somebody that might appreciate that. Essentially, the optional temp sensor is going to be something you would generally use like in a custom loop, right? And you might want to have your looped temperature be fed into that, and that's what you want your fans and things to respond to. You want it to respond to that OPT temp sensor. You're not having to respond to something else. So let's quickly take a look here at the Plus close up. We'll then take a look at some of that general spec right there quickly, and I'm just going to show you a couple of little things that are going to be on this guy in terms of how it differentiates itself. So give me 1 second right here, guys. All right. Okay, so let's take a look right there. So we've got that Tough Gaming board. I love the look and feel of our Tough Gaming product. I think it's got always a really kind of cool stylized design accent. I'm also going to show you something you might have not seen in maybe some of the images. So give me 1 second. Now I'm going to plug this in, but this board doesn't really have any real RGB lighting. It literally just has one little zone right here that's it. So it's pretty much an RGB free motherboard. So if RGB is not your focus, the Tough Gaming series is always a fantastic option. You can see these really nice, big, beefy, dense VRM heatsinks. They do fully extend over actually into the entirety of the shroud. So this entirety of the shroud is a full VRM heatsink right here. You can see those thicker ProCool power connectors, right? We have these nice little covers that we also are putting on the primary CPU fan headers so that the actual pins don't get damaged. So you're going to have your CPU OPT, and then you've got your AIO pump header, one of your ARGB right there, USB-C right there, and then your legacy USB 3, those safe DIMM slots, right? Those nice mill grade caps. Got another chassis fan header right there. We then move down here a little bit more on the board. You're going to see that nice big dense M.2 heatsink, and this is what I mean by easy. On the Prime model, the Prime, it requires a screw to remove this heatsink, but on this new generation, you can see right here, all I got to do is just press that, it ejects out, and now I have a dual contact heatsink design. So again, dual contact means that my M.2 SSDs, if they have they have maybe NAND or a controller that might be on the front or the back, this just provides better thermal dissipation performance. But you can see right here, again, to just lock it in place, really simple. So again, I can just press that, bam, I'm good to go. So that is a nice toolless design that you're going to get when you go up to the Tough Gaming compared to the Prime model, okay? You can see also you've got the quick release ejection mechanism there for the graphics card. I'm going to do a peel for you guys. Ready? Here we go. Let's peel. We're going to do a lot of peeling today, so there we go. Nice, just kind of clean accent right there. You got your by 16 on that one. You got some additional, of course, you got a by 1, and then a by 4. Another M.2 slot, and you can see right here the quick implementation right there. So how does that design work? It's very simple. You can see right here, if I push it in right there, it just locks in place. So that is that Q-latch design. And I'm going to check on questions in a moment, guys. So just give me a second. I'm just kind of going through right here. So you can see if I just want to eject, I'm just going to press that down and it pops that out, right? Very, very simple. So pretty much all of them are going to have this type of this Q-latch, right? You'll see these newer ones, though, they actually have a different design because we have a different mechanism. So it's going to still pretty much work the same way, where you can see I push it in, it locks in place, and then I've got a little lever right there, and I just push it out to lock it out. But it's entirely toolless. You don't have those little standoffs. You don't have anything you have to worry about. Really nice and simple. So that is going to be your M.2 SSD installation and Q-latch. So anytime I'm talking about Q-latch, that's the way it works. And then you can see also right here, I've got then a traditional heatsink that is screwed in for another M.2 and another M.2. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then as we move down to the bottom, we're going to have another slot. I'm going to remove this because really, like I said, on the Tough Gaming, there's not really any RGB lighting, so we don't need to worry about it. Another chassis fan header, two SATA ports there, so you're going to have 4 SATA ports, another chassis fan header, ARGB header. Of course, you've got a by 4 right here, 2 USB 2 headers, so that's going to be for like RGB controllers, AIOs, things along those lines, right? Your Thunderbolt header right there, another chassis fan header, a COM, and then your HD audio, and then right there you can see your Tough Gaming isolated audio design is right there. So, and you guys might find this interesting. Let me see, do I have my light right here? I don't know if I actually have I don't think I have my light. But I'll go ahead and turn it around. I mean, it's probably easier to do it in the photo, but I'll give you guys just a quick shot here on the back of the motherboard for the I/O. Let's do a little bit of a peel right there. All right, so we can see right here in terms of our I/O, we've got your HDMI, your DP, your BIOS flashback, right? You can see that you got your 40 gigabit right there, 10 gigabit right there, 20 gigabit. So remember, 2 USB-C, where of course, remember on the prior board, you didn't have that. And then you can see these are all high speed. So on the Dash A, you had essentially type A ports. So 2, 4, 6, and then 8. So same number of ports, right? Dash P had 8 ports. Here we have 8 ports, but 10 gigabit, 10 gigabit, 10 gigabit, 20 gigabit, 40 gigabit, 5 gig, 5 gig, 5 gig. So that's actually really nice, stepping up from the Dash P, 2.5 gig, and then Wi-Fi 7 also with that quick antenna design. And then you can see that optical out connection. And for those of you just wondering in terms of the antenna, let me see if I can do this quickly here. Try to do it a little bit one-handed. But you can see the antenna right here. This is actually the Q antenna design. You can just see how easily it just snaps into place. Really nice, and then it just pulls out. So all of the boards do have this cool Q antenna design. All right. So that is going to be the Tough Gaming Z790 Plus. So that is going to be that board. Now I want to show you one other cool kind of little design piece that some of you may have not picked up on. So give me 1 second. I'm going to grab the box here, and then I want to quickly take a look and see if there might have been any questions. So give me 1 second here. So Michael goes, as the Tough is growing up, it's a very nice set of features. Tough series always gets great reviews per my observation. Love the designs. Yes, I'm ASUS biased. Happy to have that. Thank you for right there. Hey Paskowitz, happy to have you here. Thanks for joining us here in this stream, right? Let me see right here. Doesn't look like there's any questions that might have come up right that side, so I think we're fine. I'm going to continue, just go ahead and show you. So one of the cool items here, so I'm going to get the box, and I think it should be in here, if I remember correctly. Yep. So this is a small little item, but I do like this. So one thing that we have done to be able to add in a little bit of kind of a aesthetic differentiation for the boards and a little bit of like a customization is going to be this. This is kind of cool. So if you look right here, you've got this nice kind of clean design. I really do like this ID design a lot. But if you do want to have this, this is actually a cool little slide on accent. So it is actually on a little track design right here. So this is something I'd love your guys' feedback on. We were just looking at how can we add in a little bit of different layers to kind of customize. Also, I think for those out in the 3D community, we're thinking about maybe doing like an STL file, and then you guys could tweak it and kind of customize your own. Maybe put your own logo, maybe put different colors, different accents. You could kind of play around with this. But that track system was kind of designed there as kind of like a design concept. So if I remember right, it should go in from this side. Yep. And you'll kind of see right there. So now you actually have that cool little kind of design there. So it's just a different look and feel. It just gives you a different vibe, right, to the system. And again, if you don't like it, then you can entirely take it off, right? Again, it's just on that track, so you can pull it off. So let me know, what do you guys think? Do you like it with this design, or do you like it when we have the little, with the accent piece? And again, you can kind of play it up and down. You could go down a little bit. You know, you could kind of move it down. I don't know, maybe right there. So, and now, yeah, Sneff. Oh, I love it. Sneff is he's getting ahead of the curve. On the white one, yes, we do also have this on the white model, and I'll show it to you guys on the white model. But it gives it a different vibe. I think they both look cool, but it does have a different kind of look and feel. It has just a bit different aesthetic that I think is kind of interesting. So again, that is a cool update that we did there. It's subtle, and you might not realize it. And it's also a reason why when you look at the pictures, you might see just that the boards will look a little bit differently, right? When you either have that plate or you don't have that plate, okay? So we're going to go ahead and continue on, and we're going to go into our next board, and we're going to take a look at the Tough Gaming board, and we're going to also look a little bit kind of side by side between the Tough, the Plus, and the Pro. So again, we went from the Plus, which was $319, and now we're going to go to the Pro, which is going to be $399. So the Pro, and this is also a big update. I was really sad in some ways to see this happen because I absolutely love the Prime -A model. It's been always one of my favorite models, but we had some feedback from people that they wanted to see the Tough instead in white, and also, oddly enough, some people from a search series said that they didn't necessarily always pick the Prime board because it didn't say gaming in its name. So to make it easier for people to know that series segmentation, we now have gone ahead and replaced the -A Prime essentially with the Tough Gaming Pro in white. So this is really the first time outside of the BTF that we had in the prior generation that we have the Tough Gaming in white, right? I will also note, just for those of you that care, the antenna for the Pro is in white, okay? So you do get even a white antenna with the Pro board, okay? So it's going to come with a white antenna, all right? So you do get a white antenna. And we're going to look at that little accent piece there on there, and I'm going to put them side by side in a picture, but you know, we've got the boards here side by side, so I want to be able to show you guys, and you can let me know what you think right there. So let me do that. So let's kind of do a little bit of a side here. So we'll do, there's the Plus, and there's the Pro. And you can let me know. So two fantastic looking boards in terms of their ID design. The Plus got that just clean black vibe, which I think looks fantastic. And then you've got that bold and bright design with the Pro. The Pro, of course, is going to have that white PCB. You'll also see that it has a more kind of shrouded ID design where all of the M.2 heatsinks on this one are going to be present, right? Where remember, here you got 4 slots, and here there's 4 slots, but this board has 3 M.2 heatsinks. This one has 4 M.2 heatsinks because it also has this larger kind of bottom heatsink shroud, which covers those additional M.2 slots, okay? So we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of the flyover here on the Pro, take a look and see how this one stacks up and compares, okay? So let's look at the Pro there. Going to bring this one up, put this one on the secondary. And again, I'll bring up the general kind of slide on that side for you guys, but we'll look here at the Pro. Oh wow, very bright, so I'm gonna need to adjust my exposure for you guys because this board is so white, so bright. There we go. Okay, so toning that down right there, you can see this is going to be the Tough Gaming Z890 Pro. You're going to see it has that white PCB, nice beautiful clean silver accents on this model as well. Those Pro Cool power connectors again. The nice large beefy VRM heatsink assembly. We're going to have the same thing that we already talked about in terms of the overall feature set. So same headers, right? So CPU, CPOPT, the AIO, the ARGB. Right here, of course, your USB-C, the front USB 3 Legacy, safe DIMM. You can see right there that Gen 5 M.2 heatsink. It's the same easy design right there with that dual contact SSD implementation. So no difference in that side, right? Sorry, angle that one in. Okay. Then right here, your primary by 16, of course, your M.2 SSD heatsink. Now this heatsink, you would want to remove it to be able to access all of the M.2 that you're going to have there. And then down here, you're going to, of course, see your SATA ports. So 2 SATA right there, chassis fan header right there. You're going to also have your ARGB, 2 USB, that Thunderbolt header, the audio, COM, and then your audio. So pretty consistent, pretty similar, but the I/O will be different on this board. So give me 1 second here. Okay, great. Right, and right down here is going to be that OPT temp sensor. So somebody like SNEF, right, you know, water cooling builder is going to appreciate having those water cool headers. Mod by Ben, also somebody he might appreciate you having that OPT temp sensor, right? If we take a look here in terms of our I/O, and we'll do a close-up shot, but you can see right there, right, HDMI DP, you're going to USB BIOS flashback, but there you've got your TB, you got your TB, so you got 2 TB right there. And then you're going to have 10 gigabit, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, and 10 gig. So if you remember the differences on the Plus had, of course, 5 gig and 10 gig ports, right? But here you're going to have 2, 4, 8. So the actual count is going to be pretty much the same, but you're going to have higher speed ports, right? So again, this is 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, where if we did look at, of course, the Plus, and we put the Plus right there, you're going to see side by side, right? It's going to be different. So here you can see you've got your Thunderbolt, but then you're going to have your 20 gig. So 20 gig, 40 gig and 20 gig, 10 gig, 5 gig, 5 gig, 5 gig. So that's going to be 40, 10, 10, 10. So you can see where the upgrades are kind of present, but overall everything else is consistent, right? So they're going to be the same in that regard. So both great boards. It just, you're going to get the upgrade. You're going to get just even faster I/O, more I/O you're going to get on the Tough Gaming Pro, and you're going to get a couple of other upgrades on this board as well, right? So, and we'll lastly take a look at what SNEF was noting there in terms of the cool little design piece there with that little item. So let's go ahead and do this one. So you can see right here the same type of design. Here we've got the little accent piece, and right there, bam. So I think it does look really cool. I love the contrast there from the white to the silver. I think that is a really cool looking design. So again, that is going to be the Tough Gaming Plus, and then the Tough Gaming Pro, which we're looking at right now. All right, let me go ahead and quickly see, get any quick questions right here that might have come up. Hey Ryan, I'm sorry to hear that feedback. If you have thoughts on where you think that we could make improvements, I'd love to, feel free to drop them in the comment section, or feel free to join our community and let us know, or reach out to our service and support team. So let me go ahead and see. No 10 gig support on here. If you want 10 gig, the first board that we'll offer that has 10 gig support is going to be the ProArt model, and then the Extreme model, and we'll get to those guys in a little bit. But you could always add in one of our ASUS 10G add-in cards, of course, into one of the slots on the motherboard if you really wanted 10 gig networking, right? Yeah. Yeah, so you can see SNEF computer design, right? Loop temp is the way to go to manage fans in a full water-cooled build. So again, this is the first board that we're going to offer in the lineup that would have that OPT temp sensor. As we move up, right, OPT temp sensor is going to be there, right? Okay. E-Rock on Dick says, I'm not going to lie, that Tough Gaming cam is absolutely gorgeous, right? Yep, so... very cool. And Tech505 goes, loves the Tough Gaming white. Okay, fantastic. So I think we're going to go and we're going to jump into ROG Strix country. So let's get ready to go to ROG Strix. And I'm going to keep out the Pro board because the Pro is going to be pretty comparable to that white one. So give me 1 second there. And I'm going to put that board away while I grab my Dash A. And I'm going to bring that up here. And while I just put in some of these items away, I'm going to go ahead and put some good little B-roll for you guys so you guys can check out these Strix here. Or if somebody has maybe questions on the Strix, they can let me know, right? So let me go ahead and we'll start off with the Dash A first, I think. So let me go ahead and bring this one up here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll do this. Perfect. So this is where we're going to go into quickly, guys. Just give me a second to put in this Tough Gaming Pro in the box. Excuse me, Tough Gaming Plus in the box. And you guys will also see here that for ROG Strix, just like what we've had now for multiple generations, the starting model for ROG Strix, where we're going to have 4 models, we will have the Dash A, the Dash F, and the Dash E. Those are going to all be ATX. But then we're going to have the Dash I, which will be mini ITX, okay? I didn't note it, but we can go back afterwards just because it's a little bit more niche. But we do have an actual micro ATX board with the Prime Z890P M+, so we will actually have a micro ATX board. I don't have that one here with me, but I have the pictures that I can show you guys, okay? But ROG Strix will be the starting point with the Dash A model, and we're going to show you guys, again, what do you get when you then decide to go from Tough Gaming when you decide to go into ROG Strix, okay? All right. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna do something very, give me 1 second. I'm gonna be back in a moment. me know here, we're back, what your thoughts are on the battle of the whiteboards. Are you going to be on the ROG Strix, or are you going to be in the tough gaming? So we'll go ahead and put them side by side. I got my exposure here. My exposure might be just a little bit washed out. So there we go. Two beautiful whiteboards. Very similar. They're going to have different just look and feels a little bit in terms of their overall ID design. There's going to be definitely a lot more RGB though on the Strix board. So we're going to take a look at that one here in a moment, and we're going to see how that one differentiates. So go ahead and put this one over here, and let me light it up for you guys. It looks really, I really love the RGB accent that we have on the Strix board. Do that little bit of that peel right there for you guys. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what you're going to be having as a difference. So Michael goes, both are looking good. Each has its own charm. I would agree. They're both going to look great, right? Suman says also both. Paskowitz says the Apex win, flawless victory, right? Sneff Interesting says I'm tough, Strix, and Apex. So all the white, right? So yeah, I think that they're all great looking boards, but let's go ahead and dive in here. So remember, we gave you the difference of what you went from when you went from Prime to you went to Tough Gaming. So now what are you going to get when you go into ROG Strix boards, right? So the first one is going to be that you're going to go to RGB lighting on the IO shroud, right? And that one's pretty self-evident right here. You guys can see that big RGB lighting zone. So if you like RGB lighting, definitely the Strix boards, they're all of them. All three of these models are going to have that RGB lighting in this section. So it's really nice, bold, big, bright, vibrant. So you're going to have that RGB lighting, right? Next is going to be the VRM heatsinks. All of the VRM heatsinks are going to be more large, they're even more performant, and they also will be integrating a heat pipe into the VRM heatsink. So it's a little bit hard to tell, but there's actually then that heat pipe integration in there that's going to give you more performance from the thermal dissipation. It's not a concern though. The reality is, again, the thermal efficiency of the VRM heatsinks that we're already using on the Tough Gaming boards are very good. So you don't have to worry about that anything's not going to perform, or that there's going to be stability or reliability issues. That's going to be great in that respect. There's no concern in that. And again, even if you overclock, you're still also going to be fine. It's just going to be that it's a more performant VRM heatsink, okay? The VRM is, of course, going to be upgraded, so we're going to have a higher set of power delivery components, right? So that means that overall, when we're looking at the number of power stages, the inductors, overall those power components, there's an upgraded VRM design. The Q release design is actually going to differ on this model. So actually, I'm going to show it to you specifically on this model because it does work a little bit differently. So the Pro board on the Tough Gaming side also featured this design versus the Plus. So if you remember, the Plus had that latch mechanism. Well, this board, if you notice, there's no latch, right? So how do you do the actual ejection mechanism? So let's go ahead and show you that quickly. And this pretty much works off of a specialized kind of detent design that we have here. So we're going to go back to our board. And so we can see the board, such a cool, like it's almost all chromed out. It's got a pretty cool look even if you don't have it there, right? But if we get our graphics card, if you notice, there's no button, there's no latch. So right here, you can see that when I install the graphics card, now if I hold down the board and I pull out here from the back, the graphics card is not going to come out. It's still locked in place. But if actually I pull at approximately about a 2 to 3D angle, right, then the actual GPU will come out. So you see right there, it just literally pulls out. And we specifically optimized that to actually have an angle for the pull out already installed the chassis. So somebody goes like, is that going to work inside of a chassis? No worries. And actually there's a little bit of a benefit that we found sometimes in the past with the button. It generally wasn't an issue, but in some cases, maybe there might be an obstruction with maybe some really large cards and a specialized backplate or maybe something along those lines. So again, freeing up that space just means that you have more space for kind of just visual real estate on terms of the PCB and no potential kind of obstruction from the back there. But you also notice on the revised dines, we had this kind of revised latching mechanism that works more elegantly and kind of more minimally in terms of the profile. So again, that's going to be the difference, is this Q Release Slim. Again, I just pull it out there from the front and pull out, and that's it. So super simple, really easy, works quite nicely. And again, this one, just like the other models, it's also going to be an improved design for the M.2. So the M.2 design implementation here, there's not a push down, but it has this nice cool like latch locking mechanism. So you see, you just pull down right there and then you angle it out and bam, you're good to go. So that's actually going to be pretty similar to how it is on the Pro board on the Tough Gaming, but on the Plus it's different. The Plus has that kind of little eject down, but they're both toolless, so there's no screws. So keep in mind, still for your secondary sets, right, you still need to unscrew those. But for the primary, right, really simple, really easy. Just push down, angle it out, and then you're gonna just angle this back in to the locking plate, and then just good to go. So that is going to be a consistent point. So if we go back there, Q Release Slim, the audio design here, that is also going to be upgraded. So if we swing back to the board down here in this section, so this is actually going to be right here. The audio design on the motherboard, this is going to be upgraded. So this is going to be the Supreme Effects audio design. There's actually a Savitech audio amp. So that audio amp is actually going to provide essentially a little bit better dynamic range, a little bit more kind of punchy soundstage, and actually a better ability to be able to drive a little bit kind of harder to handle headphones. So you're just going to get an improvement. Now keep in mind, that's only going to benefit you if you are going to be utilizing essentially a 3.5 millimeter connection, right, for headphones. If you're going to be using digital headphones like a USB based headphone, the audio design implementation won't matter, right? So it's irrelevant. But the audio design is going to be upgraded on the Supreme Effects versus what you're going to have on the Tough Gaming models, okay? You're also going to have AiOC, which is going to be present on all of the ROG Strix models, right? They're all going to have AiOC. And actually, let me see here if I can tweak this really quick, guys. I'm going to see if I can maybe get this just a little bit better. Give me 1 second. All right. See right there. See if that looks a little bit better on that end. Yes, AiOC is going to be present on all the models. The M.2 installation as well. We're going to have 5 M.2 SSDs. Tough Gaming went up to 4, but now on ROG Strix you're going to have at least 5, but you're going to move all the way up to 7 on the Dash E. So the Dash E and the Dash F, they are both going to have 5 M.2, and then on the Dash E you're going to have 7 M.2, and they all have M.2 heatsinks. So there's no essentially slots that don't have an M.2 heatsink, okay? You're also going to have dual contact M.2 heatsinks. Generally, there's going to be a higher count of these dual contact. If you remember, again, if we go back to the motherboard, the dual contact, what is the dual contact? When we look at the board, that's going to be this design, right? So you can see right there, that's a dual contact. It means we've got one heatsink right here with a thermal pad, and then we have another heatsink with a thermal pad on the bottom. Sorry, let me go and put that in there. Okay, all right. And also for the USB-C, right here, if we go and we take a look at the USB-C, right here, this port is going to actually be a 30-watt fast charge port. So you'll be able to do up to 30 watts with this port. So if you're looking to be able to have essentially just maybe fast charge your phone, certain peripherals, other devices, maybe tablets, things like that, you are going to get 30-watt fast charging right here. You guys can also see that really cool. What do you think about the RGB lighting right there on that guy? Okay. Another area too that's going to be different is if you see this header is reinforced. So actually on the Tough Gaming Plus board and even on the Pro board, let's do a side by side. Can you guys see the difference? This header right here is not reinforced, and then on the Strix board it is reinforced. So it actually has some metal housing. So let me know, any builder in there, has anybody ever accidentally sheared out that front USB 3 legacy header? Have they plugged in the header and ever had that actually header come out on you? That sometimes can happen. So this reinforcement. It's just a little bit of a premium improvement to be able to go ahead and give you a better experience. So that is going to be reinforced legacy USB 3 header that's going to be on there, okay? And then we're also going to have 320 megahertz Wi-Fi 7. So that's going to be the fastest Wi-Fi 7 on all of the ROG Strix boards. Okay, all the ROG Strix boards are going to have Wi-Fi 7. So SNEF Computer Design lets us know, yes, sometime. Yeah, I've built, you know, at this point, I don't know, over 1,000 systems, right? And yes, I've had it happen. Sometimes just that legacy header, you put it in there, you go to pull it out, and you end up pulling out part of the actual housing. So having that reinforced header, right? So yeah, Justin also notes, had that happen twice many years ago, right? Yeah, we made improvements in the last couple of generations, regardless that it shouldn't generally be. But again, this just helps to kind of do that, right? Lano C goes, I pulled them off, leaving the pins on the boards multiple times. Yep, so there you go, right? So Jensi goes, Supreme Effects Audio has an ASUS in-house audio design. Tough are normally only like Realtek ALC, so what's the benefit? So yeah, so again, that's actually a good question. So they're still going to be a Realtek codec, but there is going to be a difference. One, the codec is different, right? So it's the AOC 4082 versus the AOC 2020p. The performance is pretty close, but technically the codec on here is going to be a little bit higher performing, but the amp is actually going to be an isolated discrete op amp. So we actually have the Savitech audio amp, and then also the audio software package is quite different. On the tough gaming models, you have the DTS audio suite, which is nice. It gives you some targeted presets, and it gives you a multi-band EQ, like a paramedic EQ. But on the ROG Strix model, you're going to get the Dolby Audio suite along with the improvement on the hardware side. So from a pure kind of like signal and noise measurement perspective, the THD performance, all of those elements, this is going to be a higher audio grade implementation. And then it will also then be further improved on the ROG boards. When we get to ROG Maximus even have a higher end version, because those actually will use the same base Realtek codec, but then they use a ESS Saber DAC and amp on board. But the software suite is still going to be the same. Okay. All right. So yeah, 320 megahertz Wi-Fi is going to be on this board. It's the same though connectors as far as on the rear, so it's still going to be the Q antenna design. And let me go over here. And so the last items, because there's actually even more here that you get as an upgrade, is going to be the LAN. So of course, all the boards at least have 2.5 gig, but as you start to move up on the higher end models, sorry, there's a little bit of a mistype right there. On the Dash E, it's going to be 5 gig LAN, okay? Another upgrade is going to be the start button. So all of the boards will actually have start buttons. So I know somebody was asking about like debug. Again, here you don't have the debug, but you do actually have the start button that's going to be on the board. So that will be an upgrade that is available. Okay, so if you're a little bit more on that bench top. I also like this for when I'm doing like a water-cooled build, just kind of being able to more quickly and easily start. I don't have to kind of short jumpers or stuff like that. So I like having the start button on there for me. And if we take a look also on the rear, all of the boards on this side, on the Strix side, will have the clear CMOS. So you'll notice right there, you get a clear CMOS button, not just the USB BIOS flashback, right? So clear CMOS and USB BIOS flashback. So all of the Strix boards will give you the clear CMOS button, okay? And rounding out the remainder right there is clear CMOS, the reinforced front USB 3, also the chassis fan headers. We move up from the prior motherboard. It has 4 chassis fan headers. So this board is going to have 5 chassis fan headers, and that's going to be the same on the Dash A, the Dash F, and the Dash E. All have 5 chassis fan headers. The Dash E will have Nitro Path, which we'll talk a little bit when we get to the Dash E model. That's a specialized optimized DRAM layout design there, which is going to be optimized for a higher level of DDR5 overclocking. And DIMFlex. So I'm going to actually talk about DIMFlex here a little bit more in depth, because again, DIMFlex will be on all of the models, so on all the Strix models. So let's talk about the way DIMFlex works. So let me go back out here. I'm going to put my board back over here and display while I talk about DIMFlex, guys. All right, there we go. Okay, so what is the kind of the point with, let's say, the DIMFlex memory design? So what we actually found when we were essentially working through the first generation of DDR5 memory is that some DDR5 memory can become more thermally sensitive, especially with what are called non-binary memory kits. So you have some kits, when you're getting one of these kits, that they could be what's called non-binary. So generally standard DIMMs are going to be 16 gigabytes, 2 packs 16, so that's going to be 32 gigs, or 32 gigs times 2, which is going to be 64. Non-binary were the 24 gig kits and then the 48 gig kits. These 48 gig kits and 28 gig kits tend to run a bit hotter. Also, as you start to get into higher frequency kits like this is an 8000, this is an 8200. Some 7600, some 7800, 8000, but in this range of generally higher frequency and higher voltage. These kits are generally using about 1.4, 1.45, sometimes even higher voltages. The actual temperature becomes very important. What we actually found is that the memory can actually thermally throttle, kind of just like your CPU. When your CPU kind of gets to a certain temperature, it will actually throttle down and reduce its performance. We actually found cases that sometimes users would be running at a higher speed. They might get actually to a point of instability, but they might not realize that it's not necessarily that the memory is that's not stable. It's actually that the memory is actually getting too hot. So technically it's stable, but once it gets to too hot of a temperature, it will actually go into instability. So how can we resolve this? Well, one way is, of course, you could just have more airflow, but this can be challenging sometimes depending on the user's setup or configuration. They might not realize this is an issue. So one of the things you're going to get on our boards is going to be this DIMM Flex feature. And this will let you essentially mitigate this problem. So go ahead and bring up here the screenshot. Okay, and I'll show this over to you guys. So let me see if I can find it here. DIMM Flex, where do I have? Excuse me. DIMM Fit, MPU Boost. Excuse me. Sorry, I need to see if I can find my screenshot here for this DIMM Flex. Okay. Should be able to bring it up here only, guys. Thank you guys for your patience. But this will be an option that essentially you can toggle into the UEFI, and you will have two different temperature presets. The two different temperature presets that you can define are going to be up to you. But once you do define these temperature presets, essentially the memory can be adjusted in real time. That if, let's say, you want to set a trigger point of 55 degrees, the memory will actually swing into a different operating parameter at that 55 degrees. And the benefit of that will be is that you can kind of keep it close to maybe the performance. So here we go, guys. So you'll enter into the UEFI and you'll see that there's an option right here that says DIMM Flex. And by default, you have the option that say you can enable it or you can disable it. So this is actually a pretty high speed kit here that I'm running. This is a 7866 MT kit, right? So once you enable that, I think hopefully should be the next item here, you'll see that there's an option that once enabled, you have DIMM Flex Dynamic DRAM Temperature Switcher. So once you actually enable this, you can toggle this on. You'll actually have different parameters that you can go in here. So you can see I've got level 1 DRAM temperature, level 2 DRAM temperature. So you can see I could set it at 65 degrees or 55 degrees. Generally what we recommend would probably be 65 would be really the peak. You wouldn't want it to let it get hotter than that. We do generally find that these ICs and these DRAM kits, once they really get to 65, that could be a concern. So if you want to be a little bit more conservative, I would probably do like maybe 60 and then maybe like 55. This will vary somewhat depending on the kit. So you do have to kind of feel out and kind of see how your system will respond in that respect. But once you do that, you essentially see right here that you have options in terms of what you can define. So you can configure essentially DRAM timing control, which can actually also include the frequency. So once you go in there, you can actually see that you can set different timing parameters. This can also be beneficial where if you actually want to improve efficiency and performance. Sometimes some kits, if they're running cooler, can actually be able to run at a higher, higher operating performance level. So with maybe a revised set of timings, so you could have it actually swing and work at this one level versus it working at another level. So it's not just about stability, it could actually also be about performance. So it is a very cool and flexible tool, and this all works real time. So once you set this, you don't have to be going to the operating system tweaking it all about. It will essentially dynamically make these adjustments for you on a low level. And you can also see right here that DRAM frequency, I can actually change that. So if let's say that I found that it was getting too hot and it would crash, and I could go ahead and maybe drop this down to maybe like 7600, which the performance difference between like 76 and 7866, it's very minor, right? You're probably talking about like 1%, right? So you probably wouldn't notice that. You wouldn't notice the performance difference, but unquestionably, if it did crash, it would definitely be something that you would notice, right? Because your system would essentially either, like I said, throttle down and have much degraded performance more than you dropping it down to 7600. So this is a cool, again, more enthusiast-centered feature and function that we are introducing. But this is, again, I think showing you the attention to detail that we're trying to give to users, that if you're fighting certain type of issues, these are just ways that you can help to fight these issues like instability or like these thermal throttling that you can have from these DRAM ICs, right? So let me go ahead and quickly see, because I know there's a lot right there. So Agencia says DIMFlex is basically temperature optimization to reduce clock in favor of temperature. Yes, it can be also, though, that you're using the temperature to actually run a clock that might be more favorable to operate, because generally even overclockers understand that generally the cooler the part runs, generally they can run it sometimes more aggressively. So you can actually find some situations where you might be able to run, let's say, a certain set of timing parameters at a lower temperature than you could as opposed to a higher temperature. And so that could actually be favorable from a performance perspective. But I would say the first reason why you would generally leverage DIMFlex would be from a stability perspective, but a secondary benefit could be potentially kind of from like an efficiency and performance perspective. But yes, it is a dynamic switch, and you could toggle back and forth, right? Let me go ahead and see if there's any other quick questions on that. So it doesn't look like it. I think that hopefully I covered that DIMFlex functionality. So that rounds out the primary essentially set of where the differentiation exists between ROG Strix and Tough Gaming. So I'm not going to recap these, but I'm just going to go ahead and just show that to you one last time as far as where you're going to see the upgrades going from Tough Gaming to ROG Strix. So again, you can see right here where the upgrades are: RGB lighting, VRM heatsink, VRM. The quick release is all of these are going to be slim. The upgraded audio design, all of them are going to have the upgraded audio design. All of them are going to have ASUS AiOC. I'm going to touch on AiOC a little bit deeper when I get into the demo, because some of you are probably already aware about it, but I'm going to show you quickly kind of the key thing on what AiOC and why it's compelling. All the boards will have 5M.2 as a minimum, or they'll go higher, like the Dash E will have 7. They'll all have at least one dual contact with all of them having heat sinks for all of the M.2 drives. All of them will support 30-watt charging, 320 megahertz Wi-Fi 7, right? And sorry, where's that second tab here? Second tab. 2.5 gig LAN, up to 5 gig LAN on the Dash E. They're all going to have that start button, all going to have a clear CMOS, all have reinforced front USB 3, upgraded to 5 chassis fan headers, and all are going to have DIMFlex, and then the Dash E has Nitro Path, right? So let's quickly just touch a little bit on ASUS AiOC. So this is going to be, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a teaser on kind of like just some of the cool stuff that ASUS AiOC does. So the long and short of it, right, is that we have a dedicated microcontroller, a little chip on the motherboard. And this low-level chip allows us to have some really, really cool data points that are going to be available to you as somebody that maybe wants to look at performance tuning. So I think the first thing that you want to understand with ASUS AiOC is that even if you don't overclock your system, so you do not engage ASUS AiOC, you never turn it on, is there an actual benefit? And there is actually a benefit. The reason being is that you will actually have low-level information in terms of what is actually being monitored for your system. So the first one is this one. You can actually go in and you can look at something that is called processor utilization. So you will have the system consistently on a low level monitoring the average voltage, the average current, and the average temperature for your CPU. So that means from the moment you turn it on, when your system is idling, when it's under a moderate load, and it's under a full load, when you're running a stress test, when you're running a game, all of this is consistently being logged on a low level by the board. So you don't have to be running some utility, which this could be really challenging. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to open up HW info and leave it running indefinitely every single moment that you run your system? No, that's not realistic. Even then, if you did do that, you're going to have to look at that massive data dump file out, right? But here, you can actually see, look, how long the system's been running. It lets me know, oh, I've been running this part in my test bed, right? I've already been running it for 32 hours. This is actually my accumulated voltage, current, temperature, energy, but I can see that the actual average voltage that's being supplied to the CPU has actually been 1.183 millivolts. I can see the average current and then the average temperature. That's really compelling that you have that level of detail that's default just offered to you. Again, even if you do not turn this on, you have access to that information. Now, where does it even get more compelling? It gets actually more compelling because you can actually get insights into the quality for your CPU. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this. Now, this is going to be a little bit kind of in the performance overclocking segment, but let me go ahead and kind of bring this up here. So I'll bring up one CPU and let me bring up another. So let me bring up kind of like more a marginal CPU. So okay, that's a better CPU. And let me bring up, okay, so here we go. So I have had the opportunity to sort through quite a number of CPUs, already over 20 CPUs. Our team, of course, has been able to go through many, many more than that, right? But here is going to be an example that with ASUS AiOC, you're going to be able to analyze the quality of your CPU parts. So let's go ahead and take a look at kind of what this looks at. So here you can actually see this is the CPU being analyzed independently. So not a lot of people realize that if you have 10 different CPUs, so let's say you had 10 285Ks, right? That they all have a difference in terms of the quality, in terms of what's called the VF curve. So that means actually the voltage kind of parameters that they'll operate on. Some are going to be a little bit lower, some are going to be a little bit more moderate, some are going to be a little bit higher. This also will relate to kind of their overclocking range and also sometimes their boosting behavior. So you might have some CPUs that actually will boost a little bit more aggressively at a higher frequency and other ones that actually might be a little bit more conservative. This is why when Intel defines the actual target frequency they present to you, they kind of give you a generalized target peak value, but they don't necessarily give you all of that information because there is some variation. It's impressive that they can keep the uniformity and consistency of that scaling across those parts in such a high production standard, but this allows you to essentially have more information. So if we take a look here, we can go in and we'll see this CPU is actually on the lower side. This is going to be a 79, so the quality is actually going to be on the lower range in terms of CPU. Here we have another one that this one is going to be a bit better. This is going to be an 80 class CPU. And then here we have another, which is going to be an 84 class CPU. Now, why does this matter? Well, again, if we actually take a look at the kind of target range that the CPU will be able to overclock, we're actually going to start to be able to see some interesting data points here. So if I go ahead and bring this up right here, you can kind of get a sense. So let's bring that and kind of balance that out, and we'll look right there. So if we actually take a look here at the OC-centric values, we can see right here for the 79, right, on all core, we got 52, right? On 5 cores, we have 54. At 3 cores, we have 55, right? So you can see right there, right? So how it's broken up, right? But you can see on this better CPU sample, actually it's been improved, right? We went from 55 to a 57, right? And then 54 on 5, and then instead of 52 at all, right? Actually 54, right? So that is actually pretty cool that you actually have that information. And then again, you can see a similar kind of result here, 57, 54, and 54, right? But you can see there's actually some differences right here, right? On the different core set, right? So 48, 48, 46 versus a 48, excuse me, a 47, 47, 46. So this is going to be information that is provided to you via ASUS AiOC. So this will help you understand, like, hey, what is the range of what my CPU has? And even at a default level, what is the actual voltage frequency curve? So this is actually pretty compelling. It's pretty interesting. And this is only achievable because we have this microcontroller on the board, right? And of course, the really cool part to all of this is that if you do decide to engage it, you can see again how we're going to be offering you that improved overclocking experience, because we can look at the quality of your CPU, but more importantly, we can also integrate the quality and the performance of your cooling solution. So that is actually going to be pretty cool as well. So let me go ahead and bring this in here. So yeah, here should be kind of an example of that. Yeah. So if we look at some of the options that you have that you can define, one, you can actually set something like a package threshold temperature. So if you say regulate this temperature target, you can actually have ASUS AiOC do your overclocking for you. But let's say that when it's doing the overclocking, you never want your system to go over this target temperature. You could set it to a target temperature of like 80. Now that's going to handicap you a little bit. I probably wouldn't do that. But if you're one of those people that's going to be super obsessed about temperatures, well, the great thing is you can define what that temperature target is, and we'll overclock it to the max of that target temperature for you. And you could set that to whatever it is that you want. So it's a really cool, intelligent way that you don't really have to know all the other parameters to get to that endpoint, right? I don't need to know what's the corresponding multipliers, the voltage ranges. It will do all of that for you. You just have to define essentially that target temp. Because we're also consistently monitoring the temperature consistently, if something happens to your cooler performance, or if it goes down, or if it improves, we will adjust your overclock performance as well. So let's say your pump were to fail, or one of your fans were to fail, so your cooling performance goes down. It will actually bring it will bring down your overclock because it realizes your cooling performance. Hey, maybe it used to be 171 and now maybe it's like 140. So it realized actually I need to bring this down because your coolest performance is not as strong anymore. Inversely, maybe a year goes by, tax return comes, and you're like, hey, I can upgrade to a better cooler. That's actually pretty cool. You might get a better cooling score, and you could actually see an increase in terms of what the system would be able to offer you because, again, it's always monitoring your system's cooling performance. And the last part is going to be this optimism scale. The optimism scale is really, really cool because this gives you the ability to essentially either make it more aggressive or make it more conservative. In most situations, I would generally say that probably 85-90% of users, if they engage AiOC, are going to have a stable and reliable experience. But you're talking about overclocking, so sometimes it could be maybe on an edge case, maybe it's not stable. But most users, they don't know then what to change. Am I supposed to reduce the voltage? Am I supposed to change the multiplier? What am I supposed to change to make that improvement, that not stable overclock become stable? And so if you don't know what adjustment parameters those are, now you just go here and you could drop this down to like 95 or to like 90. Or the inverse, if maybe you want to see if you could get a little bit more, you could go up to like 105 or like 110. So that allows you to have a really easy way to kind of keep pushing the system further if you think you have that preference to want to try to get more performance. Or again, if you want to make it a little bit more conservative, you can bring that down. So very, very cool in terms of that flexibility and that functionality. So again, all of those boards are going to be equipped with that ASUS AiOC technology. Okay. So we're going to go back into the Dash A, finish that little bit of kind of the flyover on terms of its feature and function set. Let me quickly see if there's any questions that kind of came up in there. Board Erica notes, is no board with U.2. No, actually the Hero does have a Slim SAS connector, so that's not a native U.2 connector, but you can easily get the Slim SAS out to the U.2. So I'm actually going to talk about that when I get to the ROG boards, but that's a great feature because, of course, if you want to be able to have 12, 16, 20, 30, 60 terabyte U.2 SSDs, then you'll be able to do that via the Slim SAS connector, right? So that is a great benefit that you have there, okay? So give me a second here. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Let me see if there's any other question, right? Gen C NitroPath feature is only Strix segment onward. So not all Strix boards, only the Dash E model, and then the Hero, and then the Extreme. So those models will have NitroPath, right? So we noted that in kind of what do you get when you go to the Strix series. If you go to the Dash E, you will get NitroPath, but you won't get NitroPath on the Dash A or on the Dash F. Now, does that mean that you still won't be able to have a very good DRAM overclocking experience? No. I still would say that the majority of users from, I think, like even aggressive kind of target standpoint, you can be looking at, I'd say, you have to account for still IMC variants. I would say that probably the majority of 200S series CPU samples are probably going to be starting to have some fall off after around about 7600 MT. So you are going to start to still have some kind of silicon variants in terms that not every CPU will be able to do like 78, 8000, 8200, 8400, right? And then CU DIMMs will be a little bit influential in this. And we'll talk a little bit more about this when we get kind of the dedicated portion of just DRAM overclocking as a whole. But you can comfortably feel that if you get like a Dash A to like a Dash F, you can be looking to maybe target, 7600 to around 8000 MT. But of course, the NitroPath design will be favorable to help to improve the margin of stability, especially between that, I'd say 7600 to over 8000 MT target. Okay. Let me go ahead and see right there. Okay. All right. So nothing on that side. So let me finish going here to the Dash A. All right. And we did the little flyover of the board, so I'm not going to go too much over, but I'm just going to finish it before we go to the Dash F. So again, the Dash A comes in at then that 399 bracket, right? And here, if we just finish looking at the board, great clean design ID, there, right? The 5M.2, and again, that 2 are there on the back, right? You're going to have 2, 4, 8, 10 ports, right? And then 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig here. If you notice, that's also an upgrade from the TUF where we move from 2 USB-C to 3 USB-C, right? The dual 40 gig with the clear CMOS, and then 5 gig, and then 320 megahertz Wi-Fi. That rest of the spec, we have already highlighted that on that first kind of tour there of the board. So that gives you that baseline. So now we're going to move over into the Dash F. Okay, the Dash F will be a more limited channel SKU, but you will be able to find it at select channel partners. I think for a lot of people, actually, the Dash F is going to be a compelling board. Always, I think one of my favorite, you know, from like a price to performance and feature standpoint, it's a great option without even going to the Dash E. I personally always favor the Dash E just a little bit more because the Dash E kind of totally takes it to a next level spec without having to go into the Maximus country. But let's go ahead and take a look here at the Dash F. And so we're going to do some nice little peels here on this guy. Throw this one under the secondary cam for you guys. You guys can check it out. So let me go ahead and set it up right there. And let's actually increase our exposure there just a little bit. All right, so there we go. We got the Dash F. How many in the chat have used the Dash F before? Or what's your current ASUS series board that you've been using? Are you on TUF? Are you on ROG? Are you on Prime? Are you on ProArt? Okay. Oh, there we go. All right, there you guys can see that nice, really cool ID design. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Doesn't that look nice, guys? I think that absolutely looks fantastic right there. Ooh, look at that nice heatsink. Looking good, right? We're just getting all the peels in here for you guys. One more there. And one more there for you guys. Okay. All right. So here you guys can see a little bit of a flyover for the Dash F. You're going to see that nice, large, dense VRM heatsink. There is actual heat pipe just right there. You might just be able to see just that little heat pipe hinking through. So again, that's an upgrade compared to like TUF Gaming Series. Again, it's a more performant VRM, larger heatsinks with, of course, that VRM heat pipe, that RGB integration right there, which looks quite nice. You can see you got also those little kind of protectors there to minimize the likelihood of you bending the pins. Again, CPU OPT, and then you're also going to have the AIO pump. Start button right there. You're going to see, of course, your Type C. Now this is also another difference. If you notice, this one has Type C and dual front USB 3 legacy connectors, right? So there are some chassis right there that have those dual front USB 3 connectors. So this is actually going to give you more internal front connectivity. So that is also going to be a differentiation between, let's say, the TUF Gaming Series and even again the Dash A. The Dash A is only going to have just that one connector, right? So two right there, you're going to get in the Dash F. Then right here you got that easy, of course, M.2 based design. Big heatsink assembly right there for that PCI Express Gen 5 M.2 SSD. Of course, your by16 safe slot right there. Your two SATA ports that are going to be right there. And then, of course, here, more heatsinks. I really love, you can see a little bit of that prismatic. That's actually not a fixed color. It's a prismatic effect, so you actually can see how it changes. It's really slick. You see that? Like really cool prismatic effect. I love the way that actually works right there. So it's a really cool design. Then your heat sinks right here. So one M.2, one M.2, one M.2, one M.2. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 M.2 that's going to be on there. You're going to get in terms of your upgrade compared to 4. Then down here at the bottom as well, you're going to see you got your USB 2. Right, all your chassis fan headers right here, they're all bottom located, which actually I think is pretty cool. Let me go ahead and maybe remove that out just so you guys can see that a little bit more at the bottom. So you can actually see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so they're all down there. Then all your ARGB, right, so 1, 2, 3, they're all going to be down there. Your HD audio, the same Supreme Effects audio design that's going to be also on that guy. So that is going to round out the total Dash F overview. Okay, and then again, if we take a look here at the rear I/O for the Dash F is going to be quite nice. It is even upgraded compared to the Dash A. So if we take a look here at the dash F, again, get the clear CMOS, which historically we didn't used to do the clear CMOS. So clear CMOS, BIOS flashback, DP, HDMI. That's Thunderbolt, so 40 gig, 40 gig, right? And then 10 gig, 10 gig, right? This board is stacked. I mean, look at this port. That's going to be 4, 8, 12, right? 14. That's just insane. Look at all of those, right? So again, 40 gig, 10, 10. Then you're going to have right there, excuse me, your 10, 10, 10, 10, 5 gig, 5 gig, 5 gig, 5 gig, and then USB 2, and then 2.5, and then Wi-Fi 7, and then your optical audio, right? So this is really a fantastic board if you kind of really just want to go super heavy on your I/O and you kind of want one of the lowest cost options. The Dash F is going to be really compelling to just kind of give you a huge amount of I/O connectivity, right? And I love the fact, again, you've got that 4 USB-C, and you have you pretty much almost have almost every speed. You don't have 20 gig on here, but you've got, again, 40, 40, 10, 10, and 4 USB-C. So that's going to be great. And then you add that in, of course, with the great internal flexibility right there, where you got the USB. And then remember, that's going to be 30 watts as well. So 30 watts, and then legacy and legacy. So tons of USB connectivity. Plus you still get your 2 right there, and then you still get your 5 M.2. So what is not to love about the Dash F, right? So let me go ahead and see right there. Hey, GPS Stuntman, happy to have you here. So I assume these are the same features on the Strix non-E, while it adds up to a bit more expansion U.3 and others. So I'm not sure what you mean by Strix non-E. So this is the F, right? So we're going to move into the Dash E as well. So the Dash E is going to move us up into the flagship level model, where we're going to have the most kind of comprehensive set of I/O connectivity and expansion on there. So we're going to get ready to move into the Dash E. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and take a look now at the Dash E. So Dash E is going to be always historically one of my favorite boards. I mean, love a lot of these boards are, you know, I always kind of say it's really just kind of trying to always pick the right board for the right budget, right? And depending on that budget and then the person's preference in terms of wants, needs, and aesthetics, right? There's a board that's going to be live for you. But the Dash E, I think what makes it the most compelling is, yes, it is definitely even much more expensive option than the F or the A or something like the Plus, but it carries so much of a really high-end spec before you get into the Maximus class boards that for a lot of users that are really kind of looking for that kind of top-end, really kind of rich feature solution rich board, there's a lot of really cool things that are compelling in the Dash E, especially if you kind of want to bleed a little bit more into some specialized items, where even things like the NitroPath technology for even better DRAM overclocking are going to be available on the Dash E. So let's go ahead and take a look there at the Dash E. I'm going to keep the Dash F out for a moment just so we can kind of do a little bit of a side-by-side on it. So let me set the Dash E aside here, and then we'll take a look here at a side-by-side. And while I get this one out of the box, let's just go ahead and take a look at some beautiful B-roll right here. So let's go ahead and bring up the Dash E. I'll bring this up right there. Perfect. Okay, great, guys. And let me know if there's any questions that I missed right there. Oh, hey, we've got fantastic. We got Legron joining us, man. Another great, we've got a couple of different YouTubers joining us today. So if you guys are not, fantastic, actually, tech channel, one of the best out there to really be able to give you, I think, contextual deep dives, but I think in a really open and intelligible way on a wide range of products, including a lot of things that actually can be beneficial from security and anonymity, and a lot of really great networking product. We're actually going to be working with them in the not too distant future, hopefully on some cool PC DIY centric content. So definitely, you guys, if you guys are not following them, subscribing them, check them out. A great resource for you guys to get informed on a lot of great technology, and hopefully in the not too distant future, some cool technology in the PC DIY space. So we've got the Dash E here. So the Dash E is definitely going to be quite a bit even heavier. The heat sinks on here, everything has kind of just been leveled up to a much greater degree. You can already start to see one of the really big things is going to be this heat pipe integration that you're going to see for that M.2, which right now is coming over in that beautiful B-roll. So one thing that some of you guys may not be aware of is that we're starting to get to the point that, you know, M.2, while it's a great technology, it is not necessarily the best technology in a lot of ways, because it's thermally constrained, it's density constrained, and it's power constrained. So, you know, it was originally designed really as an option for laptops, but we've now integrated into the desktops. This is the reason why technologies like U.2 and U.3 really actually for the desktop are a favorable standard, but just kind of by industry momentum, we've decided to just prioritize M.2. And this board is definitely going to have a lot of that. But when you consider the performance and speed that you're trying to put for these Gen 5 drives, you're talking about drives that can be, you know, easily exceeding 10 watts. You're going into maybe up to almost 15 watts. It's a lot of heat and it's a lot of power to manage into that. It also is part of the reason why we haven't really been able to scale out to much higher densities. It took us a really long time to get from 2 to 4 terabyte, and then a really long time to get to that 4 to that 8 terabyte. And if you notice, we haven't been able to exceed 8 terabyte. And even the new Gen 5 drives are not at ultra high densities, right? In the same way Gen 4 drives are. But that being noted, right, you know, we realize that a lot of people love their M.2 drives. They want to be able to have those super fast Gen 4 and these super fast Gen 5 drives, but we want to be able to ensure stable and reliable operation. So that's definitely one of the things that you're going to see here as we take a closer look at the Dash F. So I'm going to just put my Dash F right here, just give you a little bit of side by side. It's almost so black so you can't see it, but I love just some of the subtly patterning finish that just kind of comes through on this board. It's got some really kind of cool little light play, but we're going to put it on the secondary cam, take a closer look at it, show you guys what the Dash E is all about here. So let's go ahead and bring this one up here. All right, so there you guys can see we've got the Dash E. Look at that really cool design that we've got in terms of the RGB lighting design. I think that absolutely looks fantastic on there. Now, of course, we're going to go to an even higher performing VRM design, right? So even greater number of power stages. We still have that integrated heat pipe in there, so even for better thermal dissipation performance. Speaking of thermal dissipation performance, this is an absolutely massive, of course, primary PCI Gen 5 M.2 SSD heatsink. So if I go ahead and push that down, we got that easy toolless design, but you can see just how big that guy is in right there. And if you notice right there, that's an actual heat pipe. So if we do compare this and we put this side by side to the Dash F, you're going to see dimensionally it actually looks just about the same, but this is going to offer a higher level of performance with that heat pipe, where you can see right there that heat pipe, there's no heat pipe here. So this is pretty much just like a large heat sink, but this one is going to be a heat pipe. Now there's going to be some new upcoming PCI Express Gen 5s that will even be running hotter than in the prior generation. So we're already starting to see this kind of second generation of drives come. So we've designed this kind of in preparation for these next generation ultra performant based drives. So for those of you who really want to ensure the best thermal performance, you're going to definitely get it from there. And you can also see that we have even some expanded, really cool heatsink design elements where this board is absolutely stacked in terms of its overall M.2 based design. So I'm actually going to end up pulling out some of this apart because I want to show you just how quite nice it is in terms of M.2. But of course, your ProCool power connectors, your CPU OPT, your AIO header, and then you're also going to have, your chassis fan header, ARGB. You've got, of course, your debug LED display, start button right there. You're going to also have the flex key. Now, the flex key can be used as a restart button, but you can actually map this to different functions in the UEFI. So if you want it to be for like RGB lighting, you wanted to disable RGB lighting, you could do that through the flex key button right there. You'll have your reinforced USB 3. You'll have your 30-watt USB-C header that's going to be on this board. The NitroPath DRAM design. So remember, with NitroPath, this is going to allow you for about a 400 to 600 megahertz or MT improvement in terms of kind of clock-to-clock scaling performance. So if you're somebody that really is going to be targeting, I'd say 7,600 to 8,000 plus memory kits, definitely consider the Dash E. That would be my recommendation for you if you really want to be targeting into those higher frequency kit configurations. You'll notice that this one does have dual front USB 3. So you're going to have one USB 3 here, one USB 3 here, and then you're going to have that one Type-C there. So you still maintain that dual front USB 3. You're going to have your chassis fan header right there, another chassis fan header right there, another chassis fan header right there. Now this is something that I absolutely love. Right here, this is a big difference between the Dash F and the Dash E. So if I bring over my Dash F, it's 2 USB 2 internal headers. The Dash E is 3 internal USB 2 headers. Okay. Now, you might ask, well, why would you need 3 USB 2 internal headers? And we actually have found that, especially for users that are running those higher end type of kind of build or configurations where they are running a lot of ARGB controllers, their AIO. They actually will end up using like USB 2 internal hubs or like a splitter or something like that. So here we're just giving you those 3 native USB 2 headers inside on the board, right? You got your PCI alteration mode switch. This is actually going to be for hardware level fan control, so you can kind of go low, medium, or high. You can actually see how you can toggle between those. So you can do that, or it can also work for a riser cable where it can change the PCI link speed. So if maybe you have an initialization issue with the riser cable, sometimes it's because the riser cable can't operate correctly at that faster speed. You could drop it down to the lower speed, and then you would have the system correctly post and actually display a signal, and you could go and maybe either update the UEFI, swap out the cable, whatever it might be, but it stops you from just staring kind of at a black screen. Okay. Another chassis fan header, ARGB cable, ARGB header, your Thunderbolt header, and then your audio header right there. So let's dive a little bit more deeply in here. Again, in the power delivery design, these super large dense vRMA heatsink that are going to be making dual contact with not only the power stages, but the inductors, and you also got the heat pipe. You also then have some auxiliary actually heatsink dissipation for another set of actually power components as well that is part of the VRM assembly. But let's go ahead and look at this board. So this board has seven M.2 slots that are going to be on here. And also, I just kind of want to show a little bit of this kind of cool little, like, if you see it, it's got this cool kind of like little reflection properties on there. Like, look at that right there. It's like really cool. I love the way that it looks right there. It's just, see how it kind of comes in, right? Really, really cool design, right? So, so let me go ahead and show you guys right here. Hopefully this is not too loud for you guys. Let me know if that screwdriver is too loud. Okay, so we're going to have this one set. So right there, we're going to see that we've got one heatsink off. So that's one right there. So then we're going to take the primary off. So we're going to take that one off. So now we've got one M.2. We've got two M.2. 3 M.2, 4 M.2, right? But we're not done. I mean, that would already be a lot. Okay. Oh, wait. No, we got more. 5 M.2. Okay. Oh, no, you still want more M.2? Okay, no problem, guys. We can do more. So let's go ahead and do more. The other item here too is that this is going to, sorry, I have one more screw there. All right, and you can see how large that massive heatsink is there, because this one is going to give you multiple Gen 5 M.2s, and then you're going to have triple dual contact that's going to be on here. So let us count the ways. That is right. In total, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 M.2 slots on this motherboard. Absolutely just insane. Again, they all have that Q-latch design, so very easy to be able to install your M.2 SSDs, right? I just literally angle it, and then I can lock it in place, and then I can depress it to be able to go ahead and pop it out. So very, very easy. Again, you just depress that little mechanism, just pops back out, right? And then press it back down, pops back out, lock it back in, right? So just push in and out. Very, very simple. And again, it works pretty similarly there for these ones right here. You can notice this one, this also has the Q slide implementation, where with the Q slide you just press down. But if you happen to maybe use like an one of these newer, more compact M.2 SSDs, maybe you see like on Promo or something like that, this is essentially just an adjustment fit. Most M.2 SSDs you guys are going to buy are going to be 2280s, but if you need to unlock this, you just pretty much push it back, it unlocks out. But if you wanted to change the size, you can actually pull this and you can adjust the size to support different M.2 SSDs. So this is the Q slide feature. But the default right there for the 2280s, you can just see that it locks in place, and then bam, I can put my really big heatsink in there, and you're good to go, right? So that is going to be there, right? So overall, Is this going to be enough M.2 for you? Let me know. So 7 that you're going to have. This is actually the board that has the most M.2 SSDs on it in the entire lineup, even more than the actual Maximus boards. But the Maximus boards have something interesting. So one other item that I do want to note here that you guys might not be aware of when we're talking about having a motherboard with so many M.2 SSD slots on it is going to be, let me see if I can set this over here. And I'll put this one up over here. It's not going to look as nice because it doesn't have all of its heat sinks on there. But one thing that you may not be aware of is M.2 will receive its power from 3.3 volts. Okay. And the reason why that matters is that once you start to get to so many high performance based drives, you can actually be saturating the rail for the 3.3 volt on your actual PSU. Sometimes even in some PSUs, you can actually run into a situation where the PSU might only be able to, it might have like a 10% like swing in terms of its actually operating performance. But what we had to do is we had to put a special design that we call M.2 power, especially for those Gen 5 drives, because we don't want those drives to essentially not be able to maintain their performance or maybe drop out or have some inconsistency. We're actually having to take the 12 volt power and then essentially turn that into that 3.3 volt power for those M.2 SSDs. So the specialized essentially M.2 power stability design that we're implementing on this, because this board can support so many high-speed PCIe, NVMe, M.2 SSDs, including those Gen 5 M.2 SSDs. Okay, so that is going to be a pretty impressive feature that we have there on that. So let me see if there was any quick questions on there. PGPCs, hey, fantastic to have you here. So he goes, how much storage can I have? ASUS, yes, definitely, I would agree, right? Let me see. Any other quick questions that I might see right there? Something similar. What features do you mean? Not sure if I see anything that might come up there. If not, we'll keep going. Okay, I think that we're probably okay there, so we'll probably end up just moving that. So somebody goes, will any B boards equipped with CAM2 memory? No, no boards. And keep in mind that in some ways, I mean, CAM has been a very early type of 2 technology, so it has no availability in the marketplace right now. So it wouldn't really make sense to release a product for it at this point in time because the consumer wouldn't have immediate access to it. And we were already able to offer very high scaling with traditional UDIMMs, which are plentiful, have very good price, and a lot of aesthetic choices available to consumer, right? You then also now look at this generation where there's also the introduction of the CU-DIMM, and the CU-DIMM will actually allow also for improved range in terms of actually DRAM scaling. And it also won't have to have like an interposer or have some of the concerns you might have with a CAM2 based memory design. So we have shown off kind of concepts in that regard, but the reality is if you take a look at even what the Apex has already achieved, the Apex we today showed off a world record level of performance with over 12,000 MT being reached on the Apex board. So in that regard, while we're excited and interested about looking at CAM2, right now we think that the performance and what is immediately available in the market, along with the upcoming options of CU-DIMMs, which actually there are even some CU-DIMMs that are right now available. I think Crucial has CU-DIMM kits available actually as of today. Yeah, I mean, you're going to already get an outstanding DRAM experience, right? And the majority of users aren't going to be running that. Plus, aesthetically right now, there's no even RGB options for CAM2 based memory. So that's, I think, another factor. While you might not maybe care about aesthetics, there's a lot of users that they want an aesthetic element to their DRAM memory. And right now, you don't have that with any type of CAM type of memory installation, right? So that is also another factor as well, right? Okay, so that is going to be the ROG Strix Z890-E. All right, guys, are you guys ready to go to Maximus Country? I'm ready to go to Maximus Country. I'm ready to take a look at the best of the best. I've got the Extreme here. I want to look at the Extreme first because it actually looks stunning with that 5-inch display. But we're gonna go first with the Apex. We're then gonna look at the Extreme, and then I'm gonna finish it out with the Hero because the Hero is on the test bed where I can show you guys just some kind of cool stuff that we have going on with the Hero. So we're gonna look at the Hero in a moment, but I'm gonna put some heat sinks on here, and then we'll kind of keep moving that along. So I'm gonna play some beautiful B-roll footage of a Maximus board for you guys while I just put this board away here. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I forgot. What am I doing? I misspoke. Actually, what am I doing? We have the ROG Z890 Gaming, and it actually has a very cool brand new design that we've changed up from some prior A models. So we're actually going to do mini ITX. That's an important model that we got here. So I actually, that was my fault. Apologies, guys. We're going to do the I. So let me go ahead and pack up here this -E, and I'll put some little footage here. I think I have maybe some footage here of the I. I do. Yes, I do have some footage. So let's go ahead and look at this. And load this one up here. All right, guys. So those of you that love your mini ITX, man, you guys know that it's all about the I's, man. You guys that are interested in those small form factor gaming builds. And a little bit of a teaser for you guys. I have seen our next generation mini ITX chassis that we're gonna have, and it's absolutely amazing. There is nothing like it right now in the marketplace. It has some really cool designs and features that I'm very, very excited about. So I'm very excited about this upcoming chassis, and I think it would be an awesome option for those that would want to use something like one of these I series motherboards. So yeah, you'll find out about it more in the not too distant future. So I can't tell you about it right now, but I'm just giving you guys a little bit of a teaser. It'll be coming. It'll be coming. Okay. All right, we've got our dash right there. Okay, there we go. Oh, and look, did you guys just see it? Did you guys see it? Did you guys see how cool that new M.2 installation was? I mean, you know what? I'm biased. I've been with ASUS now for over 15 years. I think I'm like coming up like in year 17 or something like that. But I continue to just be amazed by our R&D team. I work with them really closely and our PM team to feedback on functions and features and areas that we can improve upon, and it's always so cool and interesting the things that we can do. And this generation, I think this new M.2 SSD design, I really absolutely love it. I think you know, in the prior generation there was that little bit of challenge that we were definitely giving you, really I think trying to give you the best thermal performance we could, and we had kind of a sandwich design. You could remove it, but I think this model just makes the process even simpler and easier to be able to go ahead and install the drives and still be able to get good thermal airflow performance. So I'm actually pretty excited about this design implementation. So if you didn't notice it, it was right there towards the end. Right there, you also see another cool design element of the actual I models, which is going to be the ROG Hive, which is an external controller. So it's actually a USB hub. It actually allows you to control your, it allows you to access different functions and features. You can do USB BIOS flashback. You have debug information. There's a lot of really cool things that are going to be on that board. So that's also another one. Did you guys see it? We have now implemented for a first time. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that easy installation for that M.2 SSD. Oh man, that just, come on. Don't tell me that that's not cool, right? But one of the really cool things that we did do is, if you noticed, we implemented the Q release Slim on that slot. So for the first time ever, we have now introduced an easy way for you to be able to remove your graphics card on a mini ITX motherboard. So anybody that has ever installed into a small form factor system knows the difficulties and the pain sometimes of having to remove a graphics card, and it is not the easiest thing. So being able to integrate in that type of design, I think on that mini form factor board, I think is truly an innovation that again just shows we are the forebears in the industry. Nobody is doing what we're doing consistently generation after generation to be able to offer you guys a better building experience, and also accordingly I think justify the premium that we carry. We are going to be generally a bit more of an expensive product, especially when you go into our RG series products, whether we're talking about Strix or Maximus. But unquestionably these type of design innovations are what you get when you support us, and this is something that we're excited about always being able to do, is bring in new types of features and functions for you guys. So all right, let me grab the mini ITX board. All right. So, yes, it was. How difficult was designing to cram in SATA M.2 slots from reuse? Yeah. So one thing that you guys might find interesting from just the research and development as a whole, when we design and develop mini ITX-based motherboards. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Look at that little box, right? A much smaller box compared to the other boxes. But when we design and develop mini ITX systems, motherboards compared to a traditional motherboard, a traditional kind of high performance board generally has probably somewhere a development time. I would probably say definitely never less than 4 months. On average, it's probably maybe close to 5 to 6+ months. Higher end boards start to get a little bit more than that. Mini ITX boards generally carry almost the longest development time of any motherboard in our lineup. It's not unreasonable to sometimes be looking at 8+ months in terms of the design and development time. It can be exceedingly difficult in terms of just the layout considerations and everything that we're trying to work in terms of trying to cram all of these things into such a small form factor. So generation after generation, it is really kind of a hallmark and a testament of what the ROG team and our engineering team can do when it comes about trying to pack in everything that we pack in. It is literally some of the most difficult design work that we do every single generation. And again, from an actual generally development time, probably the mini ITX boards take longer than any other board in terms of their design and their development. All right, so let's go ahead and take it. This one, it's so much smaller. There we go. That's it. So let me go ahead and put it right there in that white backdrop. Beautiful, nice board. I love the little bit of that silver and that black contrast. It's got a really cool kind of interesting design right there, right? So let's go ahead and we'll put this on our PCB, and it'll be so interesting to see it here on our PCB because it's going to look so tiny there on that PCB. Right. Okay. And I'm actually going to take out a couple of the accessories on here, so just so you can see. But let me go ahead and put it on the secondary cam for you guys, so you guys can see it a little bit up close and personal. There you guys go. There it is, going to be the Z790-i gaming Wi-Fi. Look how tiny it is compared to, of course, our ATX-based boards. We can fit it pretty much over into the entirety of the frame. So we can fit the whole motherboard right there in the frame. So that is going to be the ROG Strix Z890-i gaming, and we're going to take a look at some of the cool stuff that it has. So let me go ahead and take out some of these other items that we have in here that I think are going to be of interest to you guys. So give me 1 second to get some of these items out. Okay, there we go, and we'll take this out here. Okay. Yeah, I think these are the main items that I want to show you guys. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look here. So right off the bat, you can see here's the board. Now this is actually going to be, this is actually all metal right here, so this is not plastic. If you did actually want to remove this, you wanted to go even for a little bit more of a refined kind of more minimal look, you can actually unscrew this plate right here, and you could do that, but that would actually expose, because this is a little bit kind of like a mesh that helps to provide some actually filtering to the integrated fan right here, because the fan does help to supplementally provide cooling performance to the VRM assembly. So this has a very performant high stage VRM design in terms of just being able to provide power delivery, stability, and reliability, whether again you're going to be stock or overclocked. There is actually a heat pipe that is integrated within this design as well. So just lift it right there. You might just see a little bit of that hint of that heat pipe that goes in from this portion right here. You can also see the extent, the Z height of that large VRM heatsink on this model right there. So heatsink right there, heat right there, it goes into this large portion, which then this is an entire, of course, you can see right there, that is part of the totality of the VRM heatsink. So you see it goes all right there. And then if I angle it right there, yeah, you can actually see it a little bit more. There's the full heat pipe. So you can see there's that really nice high performance heat pipe in there to be able to provide the thermal dissipation. And that's quite important because we have so much that's kind of packed into this unit, right? But it's really in the little details that we have here for this board in terms of what you're going to have for other connections and other options. So you got, of course, your primary power connector right there. This does have the ProCool power connector, so that's the thicker pins. Then you're going to, of course, have your CPU OPT, and then your pump, right? So that's going to be there for things like AIO coolers. You're going to have your 24 pin, which optimally has kind of been moved up to here, along with this 8 pin for, I think, good kind of routing purposes. Then you can see here you have the reinforced USB 3. Then you have your USB-C header that's going to be on there. And then you'll notice these two vertical USB-Cs. So I'll get to those two vertical USB-Cs in a moment. But then we also, right here, we're going to see that we have our by 16. Now the cool thing that I'm going to show you first there without the Q release design is going to be that we do actually have our easy ejection design. So you saw that hopefully, guys, in the video. But you can see right here, if I put in my graphics card, normally this would be so much more of a challenge on a mini ITX board, right? You would not have the option that you could easily kind of eject this. But again, with the Q Slim design, look at that on a mini ITX board, right? You can't tell me that that is not awesome on a mini ITX board, that I'm just actually able to easily remove the graphics card, right? So much of a nicer experience on a mini ITX board. So I absolutely love that. So when I move down here kind of to some of the rest of the elements on the mini ITX board, this is actually a fan holder. It's an auxiliary fan holder. Now this is not required, but if you do want to be able to provide additional airflow performance, you can actually put on here, I believe it's a 40mm fan or a 30mm fan, can actually be screwed in, and that can be attached and then locked into place if you want to be able to provide additional airflow performance. This can actually, though, be pretty much removed out. So if you don't want that in place, you can pretty much bracket that down. You're good to go. And then you're simply done. Now, if we move over here, you can see we've also done some revisioning. So you have your two ARGB headers right here. So one ARGB header right here, ARGB header right here. That's nice and kind of centrally located, which would make sense because you know, you might have ARGB fans for, let's say, your AIO or maybe your AIO pump or something like that. So those can immediately go there. It's not too complicated to kind of find that routing point. And then you can also see you've got an auxiliary header right there as well. So you have all of those in immediate access to that space. So I think that works quite well in that respect. Now, of course, where things get interesting is with this connector right here. If we turn that to the side, you can actually see they pretty much like two tall USB-C connectors. So those two USB-C connectors right there are going to give you more flexibility. And by using what we call this little guy right here, which is going to be the FPS2 add-in card. So the FPS2 add-in card, you will see, gives you two USB 2 internal headers. So that can be quite useful, again, depending on what you're going to be running in the system, maybe more ARGB or maybe the connections that you might have for like the AIOs or things along those lines. You got your PCI alteration mode switch, because of course so many mini ITX systems are going to use like some type of split chamber design, and they're going to have like a riser cable, but you can have riser cable problems. So again, you got that switch. You can also use that for fan controls. You also see you have a legacy 4-pin ARGB connector, and then you also have two SATA ports in case you want some supplemental storage right there. So you're set. So you can see right there, you've got your two ports, and all you need to do is pretty much slot that in right there onto the board. So let me see if I can do that. It's a little bit harder if I don't take the board out. So there you can see how it just kind of docks in. So that is the kind of daughter board right there. So it's a very simple process to be able to add that or remove that in there. So you can just see it just comes out and you're good to go. And so that is going to be also an addition there. And some other little accessories that I think are important to note right here with the Dash I board. It's going to be here. We do actually have your little breakout cables, okay, which these are going to be nice right here. All right, so you can see it's very nice and clean in terms of the actual breakout connectors. And then there's also another breakout connector here for even the front leads. So here you can see you've got one for the actual breakout for the front leads. So one little block, and then that's easier to kind of connect that to the chassis. So we've tried to, again, make that process really simple and easy for you in these more kind of constrained areas that you would normally have, like in a mini ITX builds, right? So you have those connectors that are provided to you. Now let's lastly look there at that M.2 design, which again, this is brand new for this generation. We haven't had this type of design before. So if we take a look right here, right, let's take a look right there. So there's the M.2, right? And right now, just lift this up. Oh, it just opens. It's like magic. Is it like magic, guys? Tell me, what do you guys think? Right? Just right here. You lift it up, and there you go. It's like magic. I think it's like magic. So really, really cool. Makes it very easy, and you can kind of see this angle design allows you to simply and easily access the slot in the drive. You can see that you still actually maintain a dual contact design. We can still be able to get that nice, good airflow based implementation. You have that no longer that sandwich design where you had one drive underneath another, so it actually becomes easier in that respect as well. So again, if I'm going to easily just pop in that drive, right, I can go ahead and angle it in. Let me actually go ahead and see if I can. Let's see, it's going to be easier from this side. Sorry, give me 1 second. There we go. And so we can see there I've slotted my M.2 SSD, right? And bam, man, look how easy that is. Just super, super easy, right? I mean, it's such a simple process now, right? So especially for these mini ITX builds, it's just so much of a nicer experience in terms of this new design. So the prior one wasn't bad, but it did require quite a bit more work, right? Where we had our sandwich-based designs. We also had that integrated thermal solution. Now keep in mind that here, this one, there's actually a 2-fan design. So you have one fan right here. So there is going to be a fan right there. It's going to be providing direct airflow. That's very important because, again, for these really high performance drives in these smaller environments, right, you are going to need that additional airflow. So you have one right there, and then of course you're going to have another fan right there. So these 2 points of airflow are going to be focused in at the VRM, and then you're going to have one that's going to be more targeted towards your storage array, right? And again, this just makes, ultimately, I think the installation experience so much more straightforward, so much more streamlined. And again, we also then have that secondary little fan hub accessory, yeah, like right there, that you can add in the additional fan if you want to be able to have even more focused airflow, which you will see that's the reason why we actually have these fins here in the heatsink, so that it can catch that and then be able to provide additional thermal dissipation performance, right? So that is going to be your M.2 SSD heatsink design. Overall, I think it's a very, very cool design implementation. Let me go and finish touring out here the back. So, let me actually show this. This is kind of cool because not always in the past we've done this, but I do like now that these here have a backplate design. So you actually see that there's a cool backplate design on the mini ITX board. Just makes it a little bit nicer to hold. Also reduces likelihood for at least some scuffing or scratching that can sometimes happen when you install these in some of these smaller chassis. You still have this little bit more exposed area, but that can help to provide you benefit. This doesn't provide any thermal benefit, just FYI guys, there's no direct contact that's being made with the PCB. So this is really more from a handling standpoint. It can help a little bit on structural rigidity. So sometimes with these really, really big, like a Noctua, large, really big, dense heatsink assembly, that could be favorable to reduce kind of torsion or flex. That could be kind of favorable. So that is also something to keep in mind. But if we take a look here at the rear I/O, you can see you got your 2 USB 2, you've got your Thunderbolt right there. You of course got your 5 gig, 2.5 gig right there, another Thunderbolt. So you're gonna have 2 Thunderbolts, okay, 2 Thunderbolt, and then right there you're gonna have your 20 gig, and then you're gonna have 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, right? So that's gonna be 2, 4, 6, 9. So 9 total ports along with the Wi-Fi 7. And then the part that we're not done yet with is, where'd my little pipe go? Oh, there we go. Sorry, guys. So this is also the little accessory that will come with your mini ITX base board. So your mini ITX board will have a cable that will connect actually to the rear right here. Okay, so right here it will connect into this USB port. Okay, so that is going to be the Hive port. And once you make that connection, that you can see right here will then provide to you audio out. So you will have audio out. You're also going to get back then a USB-C port right here, and you're going to get a Type A port. So you're going to have 2 ports, okay? So a Type C and a Type A, okay? Then here at the front, if you take a look at the front, you're actually going to have debug LED. So right here, you're going to have your 4-segment LED, which normally you would be impossible to see. You couldn't actually see this inside the chassis, right? So there's this is actually going to become more useful because you can actually see it in front of you, right? So you'll be able to see your CPU, your DRAM, your graphics, your boot device, right? You've got your flex key right here so that you can modularly set this to different types of options within the UEFI. This is a full volume option, okay? And inside this actually is going to be a DAC and amp. This actually has an ESS Sabre DAC and amp that's built into it. It's actually quite nice in terms of its performance. I used it to drive my Hi-Fi Men planar magnetic headphones compared to my external Zonar Essence STU DAC that I have, and it drove them quite well. So I was actually quite happy with it in terms of its overall performance. And then you can see you've got your power as well. So overall, this is a great little accessory. It comes included with the unit. It is also magnetic, okay? So you again have you have volume control, flex key control, you have your headphone, okay, which does have amplification. You're going to get your Type A and your Type C, and then your 4-segment, of course, diagnostic LEDs that are going to be on here. So that's going to be the Hive, and then the Hive connects there to that. And again, I also have that awesome, again, one more time, quick installation option now for your M.2 SSDs. So I can just open that up, and then I can angle in my M.2 SSD. So on this one, it's actually upside down. To angle it in there, push it in, it locks into place, and then bam, there you go, like magic. All right, guys. So that's going to be the ROG Strix Z890-i. Some people might be wondering, hey, it's not available yet. I don't have a price yet final for you. So stay tuned for pricing and availability on this guy. Hopefully in the not too distant future. This will be a part of our second wave release. So right now, all the motherboards as of today should be available except for this model and our ProArt based motherboard. So those two will be coming a little bit later, but everything else is launching. So in the second wave, we will be launching this guy, the Z890-i, and then also the Z890 Creator Wi-Fi motherboard. Okay. All right. So let me quickly just see if we had any kind of questions right there that came up, because I know I covered a lot there on that guy. So LanOC says, love it. Oh man. Well, Wes is a long-time avid fan of mini ITX based builds. So I'm very happy that you appreciate that design implementation. And I can tell you also, for me, I actually have a prototype chassis that we didn't release. We actually released our AP201 chassis, and we had a prototype, the original version, but we never decided to release it. Was in that same Ultra Mesh chassis, we actually made a mini ITX based variant. And so I actually, this would be like a perfect option to be able to put into something like that. Right now I have in there, I think I have a B650-i, which is great. It's an awesome board and setup, but you know, maybe if I want to end up replacing it, that could become a new little happy home for it right there. So, all right, guys, let me just pack that up in there. And see if there's any quick questions that came up there on the Dash-i side. So when is ASUS going to give more PCI by 16? Actually, you know, if you go by data, so LED, I'm sorry, is that LED Neon Devil? Actually, the market data would say it's not. The majority of users don't use supplemental PCI Express slots. And actually, multiple of the boards have multiple slots. But if you really want multiple slots, the ProArt motherboard, actually, I think compared to almost any other options in the industry, is one of the few options that has dual by 8. And actually, all of the Maximus boards have dual by 8. So the Apex has dual by 8. The Hero has dual by 8, and also the Extreme board has dual by 8. I don't actually think any other manufacturer is offering that type of comprehensive, not only focus on M.2 expansion, but also in even giving you a secondary high-speed PCIe slot. The reality is, if you take a look at the IO specification and what the community is asking for us in terms of market data, not only on retail, e-tail surveys, but community polling and other spaces, they have asked for actually seeing these type of specifications support. So it's a tricky balance of trying to find some niche users that say that they want one spec versus what the majority of the user base might tell us. But that being said, is that I think that if you look at probably the totality of the board segmentation, there should be one that hopefully finds the configuration that you want. I would say though, as a whole, we've moved away from having so many slots. Why? Because the boards now come with more I/O and kind of specification support built on. Also, there's no more dual GPU configuration, which even with that fact being present, again, we have 4 models that all have a dual by 8 configuration, which I don't think any other manufacturer in the industry is offering that many models with that type of configuration, right? So hopefully that answers that. Paskowitz, if you could drive and follow up that feedback, it'd be appreciated, and I could see if I can find out specifically the kind of the question you're asking about. If you're part of our PC DIY community, you can also message Lee there, the admin there, and can see if we can follow out on that question, right? So we also got some feedback there from Neo. Goes, I love how packed these micro ATX looks like when everything's installed. So that one's actually mini ITX, not a micro ATX, but yes, it is really impressive. All right, guys, so we're pretty much rounding things out here. We're getting to the end. We're going to be going into Maximus country, so let's go into the Maximus board. Let me go ahead and prop out first the Apex here. So while I break out this board, I'm going to just put some B-roll here for you guys. You guys can check this out. I'm going to get the board ready, and then we're going to go like what we normally do, and we're going to talk about what are going to be the differences between now going from ROG Strix to going to ROG Maximus. And we're going to look at the Apex first, because why not? It's the Apex. It's a world record holder. Okay, this is a board that had an absolutely just monster day today at offering an amazing level of overclocking performance. All right. Oh, there we go. That's a big box. All right. All right, there we go. All right, that's already looking good. It's looking good. Okay, so okay, let's go in here, and we're going to bring up our slide again like we have done, where we're going to talk about the differences. So let's get ready to go into it. So I might need to charge my battery here in a second for my mouse, so give me one moment. Oh, all right. We've got our board there. We're going to have some nice little accessories that I'm going to take out. You guys will notice right there, look at that DRAM fan. That DRAM fan, that's right. That DRAM fan is in matching white, and your antenna is also in matching white. And so is going to be the DIMM.2, which is also going to be in white. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's take a look at this beautiful board. I mean, you're already seeing it in the video there, but let's look at it through life. Let's live vicariously through me and allow you to see one of the most beautiful boards that we've ever made, and one of the absolute benchmark motherboards. If you care about not only performance, but you care about clocks, then this is going to be the board for you. The Apex, year after year, consistently is at the forefront of the industry. It's been designed to be a top level performing board. It is purpose built really for people that want to tweak and tune and push clock speeds, whether it's going to be on their memory, whether it's going to be on their CPU. I will also say though, I'm really happy that we have continued to kind of refine the Apex to also offer that for outside of the benchers, so the guys that are doing, you know, actual overclocking, that we have started to spec the board and lay it out in a way that also for guys that just might be looking for a premium high-end build, whether it's going to be, you know, using a high-end AIO, or whether it's going to be using a water-cooled loop, that the Apex is now being spec'd in a way that I think it's really complementary to not only benchtop users, but enthusiast users. Oh man, look at that. Like that, this is just beautiful, where it shows you also that you don't need to make everything all white. The really nice kind of accent details here between the silver and the white really provides an outstanding level of contrast and just really gives it a really great look and feel. So this is a fantastic design in terms of this generation. And I always love, actually I will tell you, the Apex boards are probably some of my absolute favorite when it comes to the RGB lighting design, because we always have a really interesting design aesthetic for that. And so Yeah, like just that, just like little bit of that see-through that comes through right there. I love that. And just this little bit of this transparent portion. Oh man, that to me, that's perfect. I absolutely love that design. So we'll throw that under the secondary display here in a moment. Excuse me, the secondary camera. We'll take a closer look at it. But I'm going to show you a couple of things that kind of come with this one. So let me take these out first, and I want to just be able to show you guys some of these little items that come with this board. And one thing that actually comes with all of Maximus boards is going to be a flash drive. It actually comes with a high-speed USB 3.2 flash drive. So all Maximus boards, instead of even having to download anything, they actually do come with their own dedicated flash drive, which is inside the box, that will have all your drivers and utilities. I know it's small, but to be honest, it is a really nice, just like, you know, it's a nice just upgrade, right? Where, you know, you don't have to worry about even downloading anything. Even though Driver Hub is really simple, it's nice that you just have your drivers and your utilities all right there to get up and running. And then of course, if you want to make any updates after the fact, you can do that. Plus I like having the drive there, so if I want to save my UEFI screenshots, or if I want to save my BIOS builds to it, whatever it might be, I can do that all. So that is going to be a benefit there. So let's look here at some of the nice accessories and little items that come with the Apex. And then we're going to jump into what the actual differentiation items are. So actually, no, we'll do the differentiation points on Maximus boards first, and then we'll go from there. So let's do that. Okay. So there we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Let's do that. And let me bring up here. Maximus, here we go. And then this is what you get when you go to Maximus. Okay, perfect. All right, so what do you get when you go to a Maximus board and you move up from ROG Strix? So again, we went from Prime to Tough Gaming to ROG Strix to now that we go to Maximus. So what do you get when you move up to Maximus? The first item is going to be, of course, you're going to go to an upgraded PCB. So we move to our highest class of PCB design. These are actually going to be specialized, higher performance PCBs. And then in addition to that, of course, unquestionably, the VRM are flagship VRMs. So of course, not only in terms of the power stages, the inductors, even the capacitors, we go to actually higher graded black 10K rated metallic caps. So everything in terms of the best that we can put on the boards is going to be placed on here. So from the PCB to the VRM to the heatsink designs, these are going to be our most performant based solutions. Again, though, the Strix models were absolutely fantastic, but here you just go to a higher level. Now, we already saw that kind of USB-C and 40 gigabits in Thunderbolt was consistent on all these models, even down to the entry model like the Dash P. But you are going to critically actually integrate a new feature on this that is specifically only on the Maximus boards, which is going to be Thunderbolt Share. Thunderbolt Share is pretty crazy because it offers you everything from like KVM functionality to direct system-to-system connection and data transfer. So if you actually want to connect this system to another system like a laptop and be able to have high-speed file transfers, you can actually do that. If you want to actually then share your display or actually have one set of peripherals that actually connects to the two devices and be able to interface like that, you can do that. I think I have the Thunderbolt Share software set up on the demo system, so when we go into the OS, you can actually check that out and you can see how it looks. But Thunderbolt Share is on all the Maximus boards. It is not on any of the other boards, so you do not get Thunderbolt Share. The audio design is going to be further upgraded. So this is the Supreme Effects with the ESS Saber DAC and AMP. I do make, though, this is specifically only on the Hero and on the Extreme. It is not on the Apex. So the Apex kind of has like a closer design to the ROG Strix. You still get the Dolby Audio software suite. You still get the higher grade audio codec than we would have like on the Tough Gaming, but it doesn't have the ESS Saber DAC and AMP. So keep in mind that there's that differentiation. Nitro Path are so our highest performance specialized DRAM design, which is designed for improving DRAM scaling and stability, so essentially helping to extend DDR5 overclocking performance, right? That is going to be present on the Hero and on the Extreme, also on the Dashi, but not on the Apex. Some people go, why it's not on the Apex? It's not needed on the Apex because the Apex is able to see that higher scaling because it's only a 2 DIMM based motherboard. So the way that you want to think about it, though, is essentially all Maximus boards have been purpose designed to try to offer an outstanding DDR5 overclocking experience. All Maximus boards move up to being 6 M.2 on all boards. So every board will have 6 M.2 slots. So while that E snags the crown for having the most M.2, as a whole, the Maximus lineup has more M.2 than any of the other models in our lineup because they all have 6. So the Hero has 6, the Apex has 6, and the Extreme has 6. They all have 6. Dual BIOS is absolutely one of my favorite features. It's one of the reasons why I always like having an Extreme or an Apex board in one of my builds, and that is a fantastic option. It allows you to run 2 different versions of a BIOS. It's truly 2 independent BIOS versions. There's actually a physical button on the motherboard that lets you switch between the 2 different BIOS versions, so that is an upgrade that you go when you get to a Maximus board, but it is only on the Apex and it is only on the Extreme. It is not on the Hero, okay? The Slim SAS is a feature that's exclusive to the Hero and it's kind of something new. It's pretty cool. We introduced this for X870E on the Hero as well. And so that Slim SAS connector is actually pretty much a connector that can allow you to go out to like U.2, U.3 based SSD support. So the big benefit there is right now M.2, it goes up to a maximum of 8 terabytes. U.2 and U.3 can now currently go up to a 60 terabyte drive. You can get 12 terabytes, 16 terabytes, 20 plus terabytes, 30 terabyte drives, and even 60 terabyte drives in one single volume. So if you don't want to do a lot of PCI lane splitting, but you want higher density configurations where you also don't have to deal as much with thermal heat sinks, things along those lines, or even maybe having to pull the GPU out to then get to the M.2 heatsink to put in the drive, even though we've made those processes very easy for you, that is a cool benefit that you get by going to that. Differential voltage monitoring is going to be on all of the Maxis boards. This is a more advanced option. To our knowledge, we're the only vendor in the industry that is offering this form of voltage monitoring design. It is a more accurate and responsive measurement system to be able to give you your voltages. So if you're somebody that wants to really dial in your voltages with the most efficiency and the most kind of tightness, you really want the most accurate readout. In this respect, really the only thing that would be superior to this would be using direct kind of multimeter or an oscilloscope, which most people are not going to do. Either they don't have the knowledge to do it or they don't have the wiring information to be able to put all the contact probes, and also wouldn't look very nice. But this does require a physical hardware design on the motherboard to be able to provide this readout information. So again, you get this differential voltage monitoring, okay? And we then have one more set of options that are going to be here. 5G LAN, all the boards are going to at least have 5G LAN, if not 10G, right? Where you get 10G on, of course, the Extreme board. On the Apex only has 1 LAN, but you also get dual LAN on both the Hero and on the Extreme. They both have dual LAN, so they have that 2.5G and then they have the 10G. But Hero has 5G and 2.5, right? So again, everything's at least 5, or then on the Extreme you get 10G. All the boards come with a 1-year licensed version of Ada64. I absolutely love this. So you can benchmark, stress test, do diagnostics, do a whole bunch of stuff in an industry validated, updated utility. So that comes right out of the box. That is included with your unit. You get a full 1-year licensed version. You also have a full 1-year licensed version of AV security software. Some people don't kind of think that this is a value point, but if you look at the amount of exploits and issues that are present right now due through like malware, through Trojans, through viruses, through different types of issues, it's again great to know that you've got a high quality utility that's at no cost to you included with the board, and that full license version is there, okay? All the boards will have dual by 16 slots on them, so that means that if you want flexibility to add in higher performing like add-in cards or something along those lines, then you do have that flexibility. The boards do have dual by 16 slots. Of course, if you were run both of them simultaneously, you will have a drop down from by 16 to by 8, but physically they are by 16 slots. They all have reinforced USB-C headers and USB 3. They all come with that USB flash drive. They all come with support for DRAM cooling. So they'll have like a little bracket that you can add an auxiliary fan to directly cool the actual DRAM. The Apex actually comes included with a fan, so you even get it kind of further. And then they all have the PCI alteration mode switch. So Jancy is asking, well, how does the PCI alteration mode switch? I described that already in the prior board, but I'll show that here when I kind of bring the board under. So let's go ahead and show some of the quick accessories for the Apex, and then I'll talk about the alteration mode switch when I bring the board under. So here you guys go, is the Apex is going to be coming in at 720, okay? And let me go ahead here. So this is the first kind of really cool accessory that the board is going to come with. So this you guys haven't seen it, I will show it a little bit more clearly on the board. But this is the DIMM.2 add-in card. So this actually allows you to add two M.2 SSDs onto the actual motherboard. This is absolutely fantastic for water-cooled builders. I don't know if Snef is still here, but the big thing is, of course, when you do a water-cooled loop, most of the M.2 slots are going to be probably underneath where the GPU might be. And so you would literally have to drain your whole loop and remove your graphics card, remove the loop to be able to add something like as simple like this M.2 SSD. With like the DIMM.2 add-in card on the Apex and on the Extreme, you don't ever have to bring down your loop. You can just pretty much just pop this off, put in one or two of the drives, put that back in there, and bam, and within minutes you're going to be up and running. So it's a fantastic, really easy way to be able to upgrade that. Again, here's your high-speed USB 3.2 flash drive that comes included with the unit, right? So that'll get you taken care of in terms of all your drivers, all your utilities. For this generation, we also added in kind of like a cool little Easter egg premium accessory. This is going to be it's a metal. It's a nice metal just bottle cap opener, right? So if you like to maybe drink your beverages, whatever they might be, you guys are going to get this nice little premium bottle cap opener, which you can, throw in your car, keep it in your car, keep it on your desk, maybe throw it in your wallet, whatever it might be. But there you guys can see, you get your nice little bottle cap opener. So those are some of the cool little accessories that come there with the Apex. Again, the DIMM.2, right there, your flash drive, and then your nice little bottle cap opener. But let's go ahead and throw the board underneath here. Oh, sorry, I had one other accessory that I wanted to show here. And this one actually comes included. This is going to be a nice high performance fully white fan, so it looks nice even if you put it into your build, so it doesn't look like it would look out of place if you didn't have it in the build. But it's actually a full bracket within the fan that's specifically designed to provide airflow to the actual DRAM module. So if you guys remember, we talked a little bit about DRAM kits and how we want to try to make sure that our DRAM, especially at higher frequencies and higher voltages, is not really exceeding probably 60 degrees. A fan significantly will help to reduce the temperatures of your DRAM and can actually explicitly really improve your stability. I have found hard cases where DRAM will fail just because it's getting too hot. So this actually is not a gimmick. This is a legitimate benefit, especially at these much higher DRAM frequencies, especially, like I said, for non-binary kits. For, generally you're talking 76, 78, 8000, 8200 type plus kits, 8400 kits, especially those that are running 1.4, 1.45, 1.5 volts. You want to have something like this, and this already comes included with the Apex. Okay, so let's look at this beautiful board here. I'm gonna have to adjust my exposure, right? Because it's so bright. Oh, there we go. I think that's, yeah, maybe they're right there. Okay, there you guys go. So that is going to be the Apex. I'm going to go ahead and pull out this just so you can look at it right there. All right. E-Rock goes popping bottles while PC building, right? So Pidgey PCs gives some feedback. He says, I love the DIMM.2. One of my favorite features on the X670 Gene is the DIMM.2 board. I don't have to drain the loop to replace the M.2. That's correct, exactly. It's a huge time saver. So again, as we do a little bit of this flyover right here, you can see your dual ProCool power connectors, so those thicker pins. Of course, you have this super large, dense VRM heatsink right there. It's super large. It goes from here to here to then extends all the way to there, and then there's a heat pipe. There's actually a C-type heat pipe. So this is an ultra high performance heat pipe that literally goes from here through here to there, right? And then if you actually take a look at the heatsink, I mean, look at the heatsink that is there. You're actually going to see, if you guys can see this, let me see if I can focus this in. There you go. So the heatsink extends. So there's the heat pipe. You can see that it's running right over there. But this actually extends. This is all metal. So even the I/O shroud is all metal. So it's all extending into becoming just a bigger portion of the heatsink design, right? So you got that massive heatsink, ultra performant VRM design right on here. It's our best VRM. And then from there, of course, your corresponding headers. So you're going to have your CPU, your CPU OPT, your chassis fan headers, your ARGB headers, then your A pump. Then you've got your kind of what we call your OC zone section. So this is going to be a little bit more for the benchers out there and what they would utilize. So I'm not going to worry too much about that, but you got multimeter measurement points. You got a flex key. You got a start button. You have some toggle options right there as well. You can also see right here that you got your dual USB-C. So those are going to be, of course, including one that supports 30 watts. And then you also, like I said, just have dual USB-C for nicer chassis. Like take, for instance, like our Hyperion chassis, which actually has dual front USB-C headers. But you can see right there, this is only a 2 DIMM motherboard, but right next to that, you actually have a DIMM.2 slot. And this is what the DIMM.2 serves. So I can just go ahead and pop this guy in there, and bam, I can get, you know, 2 more of my M.2 SSDs, and it's now color matched this generation. Some prior Apex models, we actually had the silver one, but it was white, but the DIMM.2 was actually still black, so it's nice to be able to kind of match that in. You got, of course, your segment LED based design right there. You can also see right here that you have your large, of course, PCI Gen 5, of course, M.2 SSD heatsink, toolless like all the other models, right? So you can see just right there, it's massive. It's just a huge, dense heatsink. Bam, you're good to go. So very, very easy to be able to install that in there. And of course, you're going to have one M.2. Then you can remove this whole plate, and you have more. Again, total on this board is going to have 6 M.2. I love the little apex right here with that little bit of transparency. Also really dig just that little bit of that lighting design underneath there. How kind of just, it's underneath and it's kind of coming through. It looks so slick. Of course, another fan header, legacy USB 3, supplemental power, of course, there for the board for overclocking pursuits. SATA right there that you're going to have. Of course, more fan headers, USB 2 headers, and then a lot of toggle switches. The main toggle switches that are going to be most important is still here, this PCI alteration mode switch. So, Gen C, I believe you're asking me about this, is that this can be toggled in the UEFI to either be a hardware fan controller, so you can go kind of low, medium, or high. So you can change that option in the UEFI. Or by default, it's actually designed to change the PCI link speed for the graphics card slot, because with some riser cables, they have poor attenuation performance, signal handling performance, and so they can cause like black screen issues. So this actually allows the user to toggle down from kind of, let's say, that Gen 4 to maybe Gen 3 where it works. They can debug it, maybe replace the cable, but they can get up and running as opposed to kind of being stuck essentially in a situation. So that's what the alteration mode switch is, right? Also remember here that, remember I talked about that you have essentially on all of these boards, you have multiple USB. So you got 2 USB-C, and then you have 2 front USB 3 as well, right? So you're going to have 2 USB-C and 2 legacy USB 3 on this board also, right? And then as we move over here, you're going to see that these are going to be a lot for the benchers, right? So you're going to have things like your clock speed adjustment buttons that you're going to have available to you, right? But this board also is going to have your dual BIOS. So this right here, this is actually a dual BIOS switch if you want to be on BIOS 1 or if you want to be on BIOS 2. So that allows you to have true tool independent BIOSes. And then lastly, you can actually see right here that we've got this bracket design. The bracket design, I think it kind of, yeah, it goes pretty much like this. And then this little fan header has been optimally pretty much routed just like that for this guy. So if I kind of get it in like that, you can see that it will perfectly align to where if I put my memory in right here. So if I took like, hey, here I've got my 80, this is an 8200 kit of DRAM, and I wanted to make sure that it's nice and cool. Bam! It is going to get that airflow straight to there, and it's also going to give airflow directly to those DIMM.2 drives. So it's just super nice and clean and great. Look even better. I mean, these are going to be RGB, so you wouldn't even notice them when they're all light up. But if you wanted to match it out, of course, put some nice white DIMMs in there. But that is going to be the Apex, an absolutely stunning masterclass build board for those that want to push clocks, right? So that is going to be the Maximus Z890 Apex, just a monster of a board. If you want to push clocks, this is going to be the board for you. And even a subtle thing, if you guys want to know, if you don't know, these are all going to be, of course, these low profile caps, and these are specialized caps because, of course, for people that are going to be doing benching, doing water cooling, not having any traditional caps like you have on another motherboard that can sometimes serve to have obstructions and things like that. That's the reason why these are utilized. They also have different operating characteristics as well, but that is one of kind of the benefits there. So again, we're kind of purpose building it in that respect. So that is going to be the Apex. And let me go ahead and just pop this out, and we'll lastly take a look here at the rear I/O for you. And we'll bring it in right there. So here you can, of course, see your USB BIOS flashback, your clear CMOS. You got your PS2. This is, again, because this is critical for overclockers, this actually is much more resilient and robust when you're dealing with ultra low temperatures, because of course the way that the signal works for the USB based design is actually not going to be as reliable. It's going to be problematic. So that's the main reason why you actually have the PS2, in case you're wondering. You got your 5 gig, 5 gig, 5 gig, 5 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig. Of course, Thunderbolt right here, so 2 Thunderbolts, and then 20 gig, and then you're going to have, of course, a 10, 10, 10, and then 10, and then 5 gig, and then Wi-Fi 7, and gold-plated audio jacks, as well as also going to be right here with the optical out. So overall, quite nice. Actually, again, this is quite improved compared to prior generations where we didn't do as much in terms of the I/O that you would have on something like the Apex board, right, compared to the others. But this is still quite nice because that's going to be 2, 4, right, 5, 9, and then 11. So 11 ports, which is still really quite nice. And then again, 40 gigabits, 5 gigs, and then 4 that are going to be 10, and then a 20 gig port. So quite nice. And then you also still have to account for that. Remember, you've got more internal ports that are going to be on the inside of the board, right? So you're going to have your dual USB-C, and then even your dual front USB 3 as well, right? So that is going to be the Apex. All right, guys. So are you guys ready? We're going to go to the Extreme. Are you ready to get Extreme? Are we ready to see a 5-inch LCD on a motherboard? My God, guys, I think this is going to be the longest stream that we've ever done. So we're getting there. We're wrapping it up. I don't know. We'll see how much we end up finishing up here. But we're gonna get Extreme. So let's get ready to do it. Give me 1 second. So if anybody has any questions there on the Apex still, let me know. But if not, we're gonna get ready to move to the Extreme. And I saved the peel on the Extreme just for you guys. So give me 1 second. I like that. I'm extreming as we speak. Okay. I'm Extreme. So let's go there. All right, guys. I'm gonna grab this Extreme board. Give me 1 second to put this Apex in the box. Yes, somebody's saying, is that supplemental power for the PCIe? Specifically for this board, it is. Normally for the other boards in the past when we've had supplemental power on like other motherboards, it hasn't actually been for like overclocking purposes. It's actually been for fast charging on motherboards. So actually, like on the Hero, I'll show you that power, it has a supplemental actually 8-pin power connector, but that's so that it can port 60 watts of power for the front USB-C. Okay, so it does depend on the motherboard. In terms of like if you see auxiliary power connectors, you don't want to assume that the power connector there is specifically there for a certain reason, if that makes sense. It can really vary why it's been implemented. All right, guys, we're gonna go Extreme. You guys can see it already right there. It looks amazing. This is a board that is truly in its own stratosphere. Many of our motherboards, I make the comment sometimes that we are often imitated, never duplicated. The Extreme, it even predates the Hero as far as one of our longest running motherboard designs is the actual Extreme series. It is really our focus to always try to be able to offer the benchmark of what we can do in terms of design development and kind of pushing things forward when we just want to go to the next level. And that's what we've done. You know, it sounds crazy to say, but we're trying to be extreme with an Extreme board, right? Is that we want to try to elevate features, functions, design, aesthetics in so many different ways. And that's what we try to do with the Extreme. So yeah, let's get ready to take a look at it. We're going to go in and we're going to take a look at it. So let's take it out. So first and foremost, we'll go ahead and bring up our quick pricing here on the Extreme. So we went from the Apex right? So actually, we haven't touched on the hero because the hero is going to be on the demo section. Again, I might cut that maybe a little bit shorter because we're going really long, but rest assured we'll at least do some stuff there. But hero is 699, then the Apex is 719, and then we move to the extreme, which is going to be 999. Okay, so essentially 1,000, right, for the extreme, right? So some questions right here before I guess I go into that, right? Let me just go ahead and bring this up. So sorry, let me see here. Is there an extreme glacial for this generation? No, we have no plans right now. Everything that we have announced is actually what we are going to be releasing. Okay. Let me see right here. Yeah, the Z890-P Wi-Fi, we talked that in the very beginning. Actually, that's a fantastic option, so I think it's going to be great. So right there, if I install a PCI NVMe, yeah. So again, you can actually look at the chart, but you have to remember that for PCIe-based graphics, the Z890 platform allows now for a dedicated Gen 5 lane that's provided in addition to your primary by 16. So unless you start to get an extensive number of permutations, you're never going to be having the bandwidth that you would have to be concerned with. Again, even if you did, it doesn't matter. You can be running a 4080, a 4080 Super, a 4090. It's the same performance. There's no performance loss. So being concerned with dropping to by 8 is irrelevant. But if you do not want to drop to a by 8, you can run a configuration on the board without doing that. Now, again, if you eventually use enough slots, you will eventually run into a situation where you are going to be having that bandwidth. But if you're going to be running probably like 2 drives, no, you can run 2 drives along with then your by 16 and still never be essentially undercutting the bandwidth. So hopefully that answers that question. But that is detailed within the review specs and the documentation for the board. All right, so let's go into it, guys. We're going to jump here into the extreme. All right. So let me get it out, and I saved the peel for you guys. Oh my goodness. All right, I didn't bring my scale. I almost debated whether I wanted to bring the scale because this board, wow. Ugh. I mean, the only board that has been heavier, I think in my experience, is probably some of our Sage boards. So those are, of course, our very high-end workstation boards, and the Glacial, right? The Glacial series is unquestionably that board was just insane in terms of its weight, and that's because it had a full block on it, right? But some of the accessories, I'm not going to take out everything, but because some of them already shown you, but you do get a really nice, actually metal knurled screwdriver. So there's actually a screwdriver that comes included with your Extreme. You will, of course, get that USB 2 flash drive. Excuse me, not USB 2, it's a USB 3.2 flash drive. You're going to get that in there. The Extreme is also going to come with an actual DIMM.2 sync, and this one's new. This is a new version. So it's not even the same. We changed it. We made it even better. So this is actually a brand new version of the DIMM.2 design. So you get that in there. Let me see if there's anything else that I think is going to be worth mentioning. That's the antennas. That's your extra pads. You get a lot of little extra things in there. This is going to be the DRAM fan holder. So you get the DRAM fan holder. So if you want to add in a fan for cooling your DRAM, you also get the same metal, but in black. Of course, you're going to get the same bottle cap opener in there as well, along with the DRAM fan holder that's going to come included with that. And that's your documentation. Actually, this is, yeah, I think I'll touch on, yes, I will touch on that. Some of these are actually kind of important. These are kind of cool. Okay, yes, because this is a little bit inherent to the design of the board. Okay, so let's do that. We'll keep the Extreme box out because it's Extreme. Okay, but actually we'll move the box right now because I'm going to show you the board. I don't even know if my stand, the stand, this board might be too extreme for my for my stand here. Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh, look at that. It's absolutely beautiful. So there we go. This is going to be the, of course, the Maximus Z890 Extreme. It absolutely looks just stunning. The finishing that we've done for this generation is absolutely beautiful. Justin, who I think is here on the stream, he can let me know his thoughts, but I think that the finishing application that we've done is even better than what we've done in the past. I really love it in terms that it has a little bit more of a, not oleophobic property, but it has a bit more resiliency, I think, to fingerprints and scratches. So we've tried to improve the abrasion performance even more. But it just looks so refined. I mean, you just look at that. It's an absolutely stunning board. I think it looks great even if you don't have the screen and turned on. But this is going to be the big difference for this generation, is going to be right here. This guy, I saved that peel for you guys. That is a brand new 5-inch. That's right. This is the world's first motherboard ever with a 5-inch display built onto the board. So let's power this on for the first time. And we're going to take a look here. You'll notice that this board is an EATX and it does have right angle connectors. Normally we don't like right angle connectors on motherboards. Part of the reason why is because they present a lot of mechanical conflicts in a lot of chassis. So you do need to do your due diligence. You really want to make sure that you're picking the right chassis that will complement this caliber of a board and the size of this motherboard, because you don't want to put it into a system where those right angle connectors would kind of be going into something and would end up working against you, which that's actually purposely the reason why we make the Hero only an ATX motherboard, because we want it to be able to fit into a huge number of chassis. Where actually some competitors who try to compete with the Hero make their boards EATX, and I actually think that it presents more problems than it actually helps. So just keep that in mind. So we're going to go ahead and plug this guy in, and we're going to take a look at it. All right. It should be coming. Oh, it's alive. It's alive. There you guys go. Look at that right there. That beautiful animation that we have here. So again, you do have default animations that are just built in into the integrated screen, and of course there are going to be customization options. You'll be able to have things like post-o display. You can customize, of course, different readout information. There's a lot of different options that will be available within Armory Crate for you to be able to take it even further. It does also actually offer an adjustable element, so this actually can slide, because in some chassis configurations there actually might be like a fan or something like that that could obstruct to this, so you can actually move it forward if you need to a little bit. So it's actually pretty cool in terms of just giving you flexibility. But look at just that beautiful screen integration, and you can imagine that if you put this side by side with something like a Ryujin on top of that, then you have a screen and another screen. That's a lot of screen and kind of having this contiguous kind of vibe. I actually think it's kind of cool not having maybe the screen and having this kind of be a really cool kind of offset focal point, but of course you could definitely go that route. So that is going to be the Extreme board. I just think it looks fantastic. We're going to put it under the secondary camera here in a moment. We're going to get together some of these little accessories that I want to be able to show you guys. So let me do that. So give me 1 second here to get these items together, and we'll throw this under the secondary cam. Again, it's also going to be a little bit on the bigger side, so I'm going to have to make sure that we readjust here our focal perspective, right? All right. All right, there you guys go. So there you guys can see. Look at that. Look at just that display, man. That's just, it's awesome, right? I mean, I think right there that should be good. I mean, even when I raised up the exposure and the brightness, you guys can just see still how dynamic that display is. So it's really cool. Again, that's a 5-inch display. Looks fantastic, right? So I'm just a huge fan of this, right, in terms of the overall design, right? So it's very cool in terms of the overall design implementation. So you can actually see right here what I was talking about, like I'm able to move it. So depending again on kind of the positioning of that rear fan in the chassis, you can see right there how I just moved it. I offset it, right? So in some situations you just might run into that fact where you might need to have that move just a little bit front so it's not impacting something, but if it's not, you want to recess it back, you can recess it back, so you can go ahead and adjust that. So really nice, really easy to work with in that perspective. So you're going to be good to go in that respect. Then of course right here we've got the beautiful just new DIMM.2 design. It has a really nice surface finishing to it, even better thermal dissipation performance on the unit, right? So absolutely love, just look at that cool design on there for that DIMM.2 design. It just looks so slick, right? So cool. So 1 second here. All right, so you'll see right here, guys, there's pretty much your little latching mechanisms. So your latching mechanism, you can just pretty much open it up. On the prior generation for the DIMM.2, you actually had screws that were all right here, so you had to unscrew all of these screws to pretty much lift off the heatsink. This is going to be much easier in terms of just the process, so it's pretty much like a toolless design that allows you to open it up. And then you can also see that we've already added in also the toolless based design implementation for the M.2 installation. So again, that also becomes easier for you, where you can see it's that same really easy design. So just angle it in, clips in place, so you got your thermal pad, and then you just pop it in and bam, you're good to go, right? So very, very simple in terms of just being able to install the M.2 SSDs. And again, you can see you can just reverse it to the other side. So you're going to have two M.2s. You can pull it in and out easily, right? Once it locks into place, you're all set. So it's a very easy now design where you don't have any of those new screws, and then you just pretty much move it back into the lock position. The lock position will then lock it into place, and then right there again you can do that. Now the Extreme, it's you know, it has a higher percentage, like all Maximus boards are going to have more people doing sometimes a custom water loop. Most of the people are still going to be using an AIO, but you can just see how easily it is to now add in your M.2. Look how clean it looks in there when it's installed. And again, if you want to be able to install two M.2 SSDs, again, even if you have a loop or something like that, it's no way that you're not going to tell me it's not easier, because if I have my GPU in here, right, of course, I've got that big, nice, accessible M.2 right here. And this is also a brand new innovation for this generation. This is the only motherboard on the market with an actual vapor chamber, for the M.2 SSD heatsink. It's not even a heat pipe. It's a heat pipe vapor chamber. So an industry first, where we've gone ahead and innovated and we've integrated an actual vapor chamber contact design for the primary Gen 5 M.2 SSD heatsink. So toolless vapor chamber heatsink design, absolutely amazing right there. Will help to keep those drives ultra down to their coolest temperatures and the highest performing. There are going to be drives that are going to be hitting, you know, 13, 14 gigabytes a second, maybe even 15 gigabytes a second. So having one of these drives that can be ultra cool and keeping that best tap of performance, that's what you're going to get with the Extreme board. So that has that vapor chamber design. And again, you can see right there with that GPU, we've got that awesome Q-Release Slim design. So of course you just pull out, and it is a simple process, but you still have to remove those screws to get into that M.2 SSD slots, right? Where again, that's the cool thing with that DIMM.2 design is here, I'm just going to be able to, I could leave it pre-installed and then just shut down my system, or if, you know, I had it in the box, I just take it out of the box and bam, you know, just put my drives in there. You saw that it was toolless, so it literally would take you just a couple minutes and bam, I can just put in my DIMM.2, right? So let's just go a little bit of the tour here on terms of kind of what we got for everything. So we got, of course, the dual ProCool power connectors, absolutely just super massive VRM heatsink assembly. So massive heatsink assembly, again with that C pipe heat pipe integration. Of course, that heat pipe with the vapor chamber design there for the actual M.2 base SSD. You got your 4 DIMM slots there that also feature the NitroPath memory design. Now, it's a little bit hard to see. I might have to angle it up. Let me actually take out the GPU back out of here. But this board, yeah, right there. See right here, this little guy? This is the WB sensor. So right now we don't have any partners that I think have put one out yet. FYI, for anybody doing water cooling, if they're wondering, all 1700 water blocks will work with all of the new motherboards. So you don't have to wait for like 1851 specific water blocks. They do work. This is the WB sensor. So the WB sensor can actually detect things like from flow rate, temperature, all kinds of kind of data points in there. So if any partners want to create like cool specialized blocks that have integrated information and control and monitoring built into them, we have a special WB sensor that's built out to the top of the motherboard specifically for the water cooling community. You have your multimeter points that are going to be on there. You got your CPU fan, CPU OPT, and then of course your AIO pump header that's going to be on there. The nitro path memory design. When we take a look here at the buttons, you can see you got that really nice integrated debug, of course LED, you got your start button, your flex key. Then you're going to see all your right angle connections. Now some of the cool things that we've done to make things a little bit easier for you as well is that this board's kind of really easy from like a connection standpoint and like cable routing, and also this could be favorable in a bigger chassis. But the ARGB, instead of having just individual pins, there's actually like a breakout cable right here that goes to it. So you'll actually see those are your ARGB headers. And then right here, you would actually connect to that. So I don't know if I can do this upside down. Yeah. There you go. So, and then you can see now those can run out, and now I've got my two ARGB headers. So that's essentially an ARGB header, but that goes out to actually two headers, right? So you have that available to you. You've got a water pump header on here. This actually motherboard has two individual water pumps, chassis fan header on there as well. You can then also see you've got your dual front USB-C that's going to be on there, and you've got your PD power support. So that USB PD power support, that's an 8-pin PCI Express. That's actually there to be able to provide up to 60 watts of power for one of those USB-C connectors. Then you have another internal front USB legacy connector, SATA, another front USB legacy connector, and then a group set of radiator fan headers that are going to be on this board. This board also comes included with some kind of split out breaker cables if you want for like certain types of rad or like fan header groupings. So you don't actually have to kind of go buy the splitters. So you'll see right there, you get one right here, PWM splitter. So right there, you can see how that goes out to 4. So you can imagine this kind of be useful if you're going to be doing like a 360 or 420 millimeter cooler, right? So maybe something like our LC420, or maybe like a Ryogen 3 Extreme, or maybe you're going with a custom water cooling setup and you're going to run like 420 millimeter fans. Well, you've got that already, that's included right there. You're also going to get another breakout cable here. So these, you can see this is going to be a splitter right here. So it goes to ARGB. So this is one ARGB right here, and then it goes out to, sorry, just taking up the frame right there. But you've got 3, so that's going to give you 3 more ARGB that you have available to you. Right, 1, 2, 3, and then goes 1 to the board. So you got a 1 to 3 ARGB splitter that's going to be included. Right, you got that other ARGB. You got the fan splitter that's also included. Then this is also just an ARGB extender. So if you need an extender cable, that's also included. You got another radiator fan grouping. So this is another 4. So another set of a 4 fan splitter. So if you wanted to have like a dual 420 loop, which would be, you know, something that somebody might do, like if they're an extreme user, you got that one. And then you also get all these little OPT temp sensor cables. So these are actually like OPT temp sensor cables. So you could connect these to the sensor headers on the motherboard if you wanted to have various readout temperature points or stuff like that. So all that comes included in there. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that. But again, we look at the bottom here, that of course high performance 3D vapor chamber based design, that really big beautiful bottom heatsink plate, of course, for all of the supplemental M.2 SSDs. Then as we kind of go down to the bottom, we can see that we of course have similar buttons, kind of like the Apex. We've got a lot of these. These are going to be of course for more OC temperature control, but I think the main one right here is we have the dual BIOS. So you have one BIOS and another BIOS. Then you have that PCA alteration mode switch that you're also going to have there on that unit. So that is going to be the extreme. And then if I just kind of show you guys the I/O, I'm actually going to need to take out, actually it's kind of a bummer because I want to show you something, but I don't want to have to move out the cable. So let's see, hopefully I can do it. All right, so this is the only motherboard on the market right now that has this guy right there. That is Thunderbolt 5. So this is going to be Thunderbolt 5 on this unit. That's right, that's going to support not only Thunderbolt share, but 120 gigabits. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. Thunderbolt 5 is going to be built on this motherboard. Then right there, you've got 20 gig, 10 gig, right? So you can see you've got 5 USB-C, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig, and then 10G, and then Wi-Fi 7. And you can also see, look at, we reintroduced it. You get little lit audio jacks, so that you can actually see those jacks. Even if you were to plug in on the back, you can actually see those jacks. And then right there, an optical out. So this is the highest spec IO that we have, right? So you're going to have there your Thunderbolt 5, your 10G, your 2.5G, 2, 4, and then 8 ports there. And then you add that in there, you're going to have 10. And then, of course, with the Wi-Fi 7, right? So that is going to be that. And then, of course, it's like the Hero as well. It has this massive backplate that's going to be on there. So very premium backplate that's on the back of the board that absolutely looks stunning. Right, and also just makes the board a pleasure to handle. With being something this big, you don't want to nick or scratch it, you don't want to have those damages, so you are going to also have that be as an option available to you. So that is going to be the backplate that comes included with the Extreme. Sorry, that is all the extra little wrap that we got right there. So let me go ahead and set this aside here and see if we had any questions that might have came up there on the Extreme. Okay, so let's see right here. Michael notes, nice set of cables. I would definitely agree. Jency goes, I'm still running the ASUS Z87 Hero, man. It's a fantastic board. I could totally get it, right? You know, definitely you, at this point, you'd have a lot of things that you would be beneficial if you decided to upgrade. But, you know, thanks, man, for being part of TMRG and for running your great board. I still actually have that Z87 Hero board. I was very happy when it came with that, right? So does this one come with the RG fan controller card? No, it doesn't come with the RG fan controller card. Different design implementation. There we decided to do it through these auxiliaries. There's some people that were kind of confused by that. And again, that's sometimes where we try different things out and for different generations. But no, it doesn't come with that. So you can still run extensive, like I said, configurations, but we decided to kind of go to kind of those normal pathways using the extender cables coming off of the board as opposed to that controller card. Okay. And then E-Rock also notes that the display is amazing, right? And then PGPC is truly stunning board for sure on my wish list, right? Do you think it would fit into the Hyperion? Yes, this would actually fit into the Hyperion. Any one of the Extremes currently fit in the Hyperion, right? So, all right. So Michael goes, RAM QVL's out. Yes, we've also updated the RAM QVL. So all the speeds actually pretty much got upgraded. I think overall as a whole, I think pretty much everything started to see where you'll see more like 9,000 empty targets. Again, you'll still have to consider information on that respect. So I'm going to lastly just quickly touch on the Hero. I'm not going to even, I kind of wanted to bring out the Hero to show you a little bit of the customization in the display, but we're getting pretty long in the tooth here for this stream, guys. If you guys want to see it, though, I will show you the customization on the Polymo, because I think some people, when they see the Polymo, they don't realize actually what you can kind of change on it. There are some cool patterns that we have implemented on that side, and I still wanted to touch a little bit on some of the DRAM clocking. So let me touch, I think, on the DRAM clocking insight portions, because I do think that that is an interesting item. So let me actually bring up my notes here, and I wanted to note on that. So for reference, in terms of the kind of the overclocking range for the DRAM targets, when you look at the updated QVL information, let me see if I have it over in here. Sorry, give me 1 second. Where is yes, this is actually what I'm looking for. My stream notes. Okay. So overall, the memory controller that if you're going to have for this generation is going to be, I think, more robust. And so as a whole, if we kind of look at the last couple of generations, 12th gen, which introduced DDR5 support, you generally saw the target usually being somewhere in or around about 6,000 MT as the general average. And what I mean by that is that if you kind of took 10 CPUs and you tested those CPUs, you might find CPUs that, of course, might be able to run higher memory dividers, right? So maybe 62, 64, 6600, but that wasn't necessarily the majority. So we always want to first look at kind of what the majority of the CPUs is in terms of what they can achieve, along with the majority of the boards. Some boards might always allow for a higher level of scaling because they might have better topology, better tuning, or of course, 2DIMM boards are always, on average, going to probably be somewhere about like 400 to 600 MT higher, generally for kind of like-to-like scenarios and conditions. But if we kind of do 12th gen, we were about 6,000. Then 13th gen and 14th gen, we're generally seeing about 7,000 MT. We saw sometimes a little bit higher scaling was definitely going to be possible, and for sure you started to enter into that 76 to 8,000 range on 2 DIMM enabled boards like the prior Apex take, for instance, right? For this generation, I would say we're not necessarily fully at 8,000. I would say, again, if you look at the majority of boards and the majority of CPU sets, you're going to probably be somewhere at around 7,600 to plus, essentially 7,600 plus. Now, with better boards like what we're going to have with like the Dash E, the Extreme, the Hero that all have that Nitro path design, I would say that you can start to be looking between that 7,600 to about 8,000 plus segmentation. And CU DIMMs, because of their inherent design and because essentially of their superior signaling performance, right, especially at these higher speeds, we'll be able to kind of see an improvement level on that scaling side. So on CU, generally at clock to clock, you'll have a higher likelihood of seeing that improvement. So in most situations, I would say that 7,600, 7,800, 8,000 is going to be more viable on a CU DIMM, especially again if it's on a better base board, right? You would see that clock to clock improvement. And so that regard, we are seeing many scenarios where we can be running 8,000 to upwards of almost 8,600, especially again on like E, Extreme, and Hero, and of course on Apex. Apex will be the gold standard of offering the best, just because with 2 DIMM enabled boards, you have the less signal reflection, and they're going to allow for higher scaling. Now, does this mean that those will be the flat out numbers, or will you be able to get higher than that? No, we have already even done validation, take for instance like on the Hero and the Extreme and Apex, that are in excess of 9,000 MT. But again, you start to get into more conditional parameters of not only there's going to be difference between the margins on the ICs on the memory modules you're using. There's some board-to-board variants, but then you also have IMC variants within the CPU itself, right? So again, some CPUs are going to have a higher quality IMC that will be able to scale more, and other ones will have a weaker IMC. And one of the cool things, again, remember with ASUS AiOC, there is a little bit of a memory controller analysis function that we do have. It's not as robust or comprehensive as what we're going to have for that CPU kind of frequency target, but it can begin to give you a baseline of kind of what you might expect relative to the quality of the DRAM controller. Okay, so that gives you some additional kind of insight relative to kind of the DRAM scaling that you can expect for this generation. So that does give you some additional insights in that regard. Let me go ahead and though, like, bring out the Hero here, touch out on the Hero, and kind of go from there. So give me one sec. Okay, and let me see if there's quickly a question there. I want to just pop this back in here. I think one of my RGB lights went out. Look at that, guys. We went longer than the RGB lights battery could hold out. All right. So let me quickly see if there's a question on that side. So will these Z890 boards support next-gen Intel CPUs? I can't comment on anything that hasn't been commented on by Intel, so sorry, you would have to confirm with Intel if they have any information they can disclose at this time. Right now, the only information is that we can confirm, of course, full outstanding out-of-the-box experience support for, of course, Arrow Lake B CPUs, right? These Core Series, Ultra 200S series CPUs, right? Harold goes, JJ, is there somewhere that we can see all the customization options for the 5-inch display? Yeah, stay tuned. I don't either know. Maybe I'll have a follow-up stream on that like next week, or I'll definitely do it for the PC DIY community. But I'm gonna actually have like a little like a section in our PC DIY group, JJ's Corner, where I'm actually gonna have some recorded videos specifically to show like all the animation options on the Hero and on the Extreme, because I know there's people that want to see like what are the different options, what it looks like in different colors, what it looks like when you run it in Aura Sync mode, what are the like the flash and neon. There's different modes. So I will actually do that. I won't do it today in the stream because I don't have the ability right now to just kind of swap the board and do that, but I'll have that posted in the group. So if you're part of our PC DIY group, you can see that there, and if you have more questions, let us know, and we can definitely share that information. I can show you. Okay. All right. So let's go here and let me show you guys the Hero. So I'm going to bring out the Hero. The Hero, I can't physically pull it up because it's literally right here on this test bed that we have for some live demo kind of items time. So let me actually just do that for you guys, and I'm going to bring up the hero here, bring up some nice little B-roll. We'll look at that, and then I'm just going to show you the last couple of things, and we'll round that out. So the hero, of course, is the quintessential, I think, standard that we have for our ROG Maximus series motherboards. It is the benchmark year after year of what I define really as kind of our enthusiast class motherboard, right? It brings together all of the effort and work that our R&D team does in terms of amazing PCB design, performance tuning, thermal design, top quality kind of components, right? And so yes, the Apex is amazing. It takes things even further from an overclocking centric, and the Extreme is unquestionably the Extreme. But the hero for me, kind of generation to generation, it is that true kind of benchmark enthusiast. And I love that it is a ATX based board, so that means it fits in any chassis that you want. So this generation, I do really feel that if anybody here in the stream has used the hero before, this almost feels like a miniature Extreme. Just the build quality, the backplate, the heat sinks, the overall just execution. I think it's the best hero board that we've ever produced, and I think it's going to be an amazing option for any of you guys that really want to build a ultra high-end, of course, gaming build, right? An enthusiast build. The feature set, the functionality, the spec is fantastic. And I also, personally, I really love the slim slash support that you have on this model, because I use U.2 in my personal daily driver system. So it's fantastic to be able to kind of slot in something like a 16, a 24 terabyte drive in there, and just have that, you'd be using a single, PCI Express set of lanes, right? As opposed to kind of having to have 3 M.2 drives that are all kind of using their own individual sets of lanes, right? So let me go ahead and bring out my hero here a little bit on this test bed. It's going to take a little bit of space on the table, guys, because I have it here kind of set up there for the demo purposes. So we'll do that. Hopefully I don't pull anything off. Oops. There we go. All right. And I will see if maybe I can bring it under the secondary cam so that we can, if you guys want to see the animation customizations, but I don't know how much I'll be able to pull those out exactly. All right, let me get my adjustment here, guys. Give me 1 second. So this is just a little bit of a test bed setup that we've got right here. So this is actually utilizing, of course, the Z890 Hero board. It has been all primed and set up right here. I've got it with a 285K. I've got it with a set of CU DIMMs on here. And then we've got our Ryujin 3 Extreme. So this is our brand new flagship AIO cooler. It has a specialized cold plate. It's been specifically optimized just for the Core Series Ultra parts, even though they run cooler gen on gen compared to, of course, 14th gen. This also will be a fantastic cooler if you guys want to still be building something on 13th or 14th gen, or maybe upgrade your cooler. Or of course, if you're going to be building on AMD, it is also compatible. So it will work on AMD and Intel platforms. It has a metal backplate and an entirely new, actually, retention system, which is absolutely fantastic as well. So let me go ahead and get this dialed in here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, there we go. And then we've got our Thor PSU. Wonder if I could almost get it to where you would see the wattage, but I don't know if I can get it lined up there, but I think close enough. So let's quickly go over here on the Hero. And we're just gonna kind of fly over, I think, the kind of the general feature set on the Hero, since I can't pull out the board to kind of fly over and kind of show it to you there. So in terms of our base spec on this guy, right, remember 6 M.2, it has the easy, of course, toolless primary M.2 with that Q-latch design. It has that same ultra performant, of course, high-end VRM design, and that also has that C heat pipe design, right? So that goes from here to here to here. Does have a full metal backplate. You have the ProCool power connectors right there. You're going to, of course, see that you've got your CPU OPT, the AIO, and then you're going to have an additional fan header, the debug LED, flex and start ARGB right there. This guy is not for overclocking. Some people incorrectly think this is for 60 watts of power for this USB-C. And again, you have dual USB-C that is going to be available to you right here. So USB-C and USB-C. Then legacy USB 3. You can also see there's another legacy USB 3 there. You got your SATA ports right there. Retry button, which is nice and convenient sometimes for because a little bit kind of maybe more bench time type of overclocking. 2 USB 2 ports right there. More chassis fan headers along. Also, there's a water pump header that's also on this board along with the OPT temp sensor. So water pump header and then chassis fan headers. 2 more ARGB, Thunderbolt 5 header or 4 header right there. Technically, it already has Thunderbolt 4, so you're fine. And then that PCI alteration mode switch. And then when we take a look here at the backplate, we can also take a look here at the I/O. So I/O 2.5, 5G, and then 2, 4, 8, 10, 11. So 11 total ports on the rear, along with those 3 Type-C ports, including 2 of those being those 40 gigabit ports. And then your optical out, and then of course 320 megahertz operation for the Wi-Fi 7, clear CMOS, and the USB BIOS flashback. So that is going to be the hero. I absolutely love it. I want to just be able to jump a little bit into the UEFI and show you a couple of little things here, guys. So let me show you this, and we'll kind of go from there. Let's see if there's any questions that we might have on the UEFI environment. So let me go ahead and grab this. Actually, I need to put in my, I started that actually without my GPU. I disconnected my GPU, so I'm actually, it's not the greatest thing to do. Actually, let me see if I can get the iGPU. If not, I'm going to have to put in my GPU and then hard shut it off. So let's see if this will work, guys. Well, we're doing it live, so we'll see. Oh, it's actually in the UEFI, so that actually works out okay. All right, so let's go ahead and just show you again a couple of things that I think you guys might find interesting for this generation within the UEFI environment, right? So I'll show you guys a couple of these things off. So the first one is, of course, you guys will notice everything looks really sharp and really clear because, of course, we have a full HD UEFI BIOS, so that is fantastic, right? You have, of course, your Q fan control, which is in here, which is fantastic, which right now, if I run my calibration, you guys might get a little bit loud here from here in the fan, so hopefully it's okay. But you'll see that 8-point fan curve that I talked about. Again, remember, every model that we have here has that actual 8-point fan curve available, so you're going to have more comprehensive tuning parameters that are available to you and how you want to kind of define your, your fan curve, right? Just you're going to have more granularity to be able to set more points, right, to allow that ramping policy. And you do also have fan step up and step down. So essentially that's kind of how aggressive it goes from one point in the curve, right? So you can not only really tune for the cooling performance you want, but for the acoustic profile that you want in alignment with the fans that you have. So I really love the fact that, again, all of the boards we have this 8-point fan curve. I just happen to be showing it to you on the Hero because I was going to show hopefully a little bit more kind of overclocking some other stuff that I wanted to be able to do on the Hero. But we've run a little bit long, so I don't know if I'm getting into all that. We'll definitely do a dedicated stream just on overclocking as a whole, and then we can reference people back to board overview stuff. But today we wanted to at least make sure that you had a really great understanding of all the features, the functions, design, show some stuff off that we couldn't off definitely in the first overview stream as well. And I see there's a question in a moment. I'll check that out. But you guys can see right here that you've got that 8-point fan curve, and then also right here you've got the step up and step down options available to you to control the ramping. Some people also wonder about this Q fan source. Keep in mind in the operating system you have even more options for the actual input sources. So for the CPU fan you can't change the primary input sources, but for chassis fans you can change the input sources. So you can see right here that you can do CPU, motherboard, VRM, chipset, the T sensor, or even multiple sources. And actually in the operating system you can go ahead and actually leverage the GPU as a temperature input source. So if you want your fans to actually respond to the GPU temperature, you can. I'm actually a really big fan of that, so I'm always an advocate that that's something to consider. So that is going to be the updated Q fan controls. So here, when we jump in, we're also going to show you one of the cool features with Q dashboard, right, where we talked about that. So again, here I can go into Q dashboard, and you can see a full real-time map of pretty much all of the devices that I'm utilizing. You can actually see right now I don't have my graphics card installed, but if I shut down and install the graphics card, you can actually see that the graphics card would be lit up. And you can see right there, I've got my fan, my AIO pump, my memory. And if I want to be able to have access to the corresponding controls for those parameters, all I need to do is take, for instance, I go to fans, and then it would actually take me directly to the fan speeds. So that is going to be pretty sweet. Let me go ahead and see if there was a quick question right there. Somebody goes, I have the Ryujin first gen. Will it be compatible with Z890? So you would have to get a technically different bracket, but as long as you got the bracket updated, it would be supportive. You know, especially consider Z890 is cooler than 12th or 13th gen, while we made a Ryujin 2 that was more designed for the 1700 or second 1200 base platform. Yes, just make sure that you get the upgraded bracket. I don't know if you reached out to our team when they had the upgraded bracket design, but as long as you get the upgraded bracket, it should still be okay to be able to utilize. Will the Maximus come in white in the future? Well, we do have Maximus in white. We have the Apex. But if you're talking about if we're going to make like the Hero or the Extreme in white, no. We have no plans right now to release a white variant. Okay? So a couple of other things that are useful that sometimes some people might not realize is one, we also have this really great SPD hub tool. So this will give you a full breakdown on the actual different memory modules that you're using in your system, along with information like the actual IC vendor, the different kind of corresponding parameters and different value points. So I find this going to be really useful to you. I really like this actual hotkey function. So this is actually pretty cool. You can actually boot directly into EasyFlash, guys. So I really love this feature. So let's go ahead and actually try it out. So this is actually something new that we updated. We have hotkeys for F3 and F4. You can actually boot directly to take like a flash drive. So this is actually really useful if you want to just boot straight into the operating system volume installer. You can just hit F4. You don't have to actually kind of go into it, right? Or F3 if you want to reboot into the EasyFlash. So examples like here, if I just hard restart, I'm going to go ahead and start toggling in my F3. And this is actually also enabled on our X870 motherboards as well. They both got these new updates where they got the HD UEFI and many of these new same features. So you'll see down there at the bottom, it actually gives you the toggle options where you can boot into different options directly. So that is a much more convenient option. So you see right there, I just booted straight into the EasyFlash, right? I didn't actually have to go into the BIOS and then go into that section. I can actually just boot straight into EasyFlash. So I find this way, way, way more convenient, right? So really, really nice in terms of that functionality. So that's another option right there. We also added in, if you notice there, it's called EasyFlash 4. EasyFlash 4 does also now have the ability that right over here, guys, it actually can read the cap file or the zip files together, or cap plus zip. So that's pretty cool because you can actually take the zip file, and now instead of extracting it, you don't need to extract it. You can literally just point it to the file, just put it in the flash drive, and we'll automatically be able to flash update the UEFI BIOS without actually extracting the file. So it's a little bit more convenient, a little bit more straightforward in terms of the overall experience, right? So I love the functionality in that respect, right? Yeah, Justin Chu says, get the extreme, right? 82C with all limits removed, looping, and Cinebench. Yeah, it's an awesome cooler. It is really, really straight performance, right? So Michael goes, so no longer need to rename the file. That's correct. You didn't actually have to ever rename the file in the past. You only need to rename the file if you're using the USB BIOS flashback feature. But if you're essentially going to flash inside of EasyFlash 4, you can just download the file directly, throw it into your flash drive without even extracting it, and you can just literally just have that compressed file in there, and we'll essentially do all the work for you. So yeah, I love that. It's been long overdue. I've been trying to get them to implement that for a while, and now we finally have that. So I absolutely love that we have the ability that we can read the file extracted, or we can go ahead and just read the compressed volume directly, right? So that's going to be another feature that we have also integrated in there as well. Next up here, another one is going to be that when we go to our AI tweaker options, right? We're going to have a lot of different options, but right here you can see that we have the MPI boost. So this is, like I said, that option that if you want to be able to improve the performance, it's as simple as just being able to select one of the MPU boost levels. Then you can go in. If you want a good baseline to be able to start checking MPU performance, you can use something like Geekbench AI, which will allow you to actually start to check the performance level and check for like stability and performance improvements. So that is a good kind of like baseline utility if you're looking for one. We can also scroll down here and we can look at a couple of the other options that I talked about. So if you guys remember, I did talk about the DIMM Flex and DIMM Fit features, and then AiOC. So if you remember for AiOC, right here I can dive into it, and it shows me my whole VF curve for my CPU. So it tells me my relative quality for my CPU. It tells me the quality for the P cores and the E cores. I can tell you, like, if you get a really good CPU on the E core side, you can be looking at 49, so 4.9 gigahertz for E core based overclocking. And again, on P core overclocking, good samples are going to be, like I said, this overall is a 79. This is actually not a very performant CPU in terms of the margin. If we had something like an 83, 84, 85, we could be looking at like 5.7, 5.8 gigahertz that we could be pushing up some of those actually cores up to, right? So the great thing though is here we give you that baseline information that you can see all of this data, and you can already know kind of where the performance outlier is for your CPU. So as you start to run it, if you're going to compare to other people, this is the thing that a lot of people don't get when they compare, is that you can literally have the same exact parts, the same exact cooler, the same exact everything, and you can have different performance, not because there's some bug or an anomaly or something's off. It's just because there is a bit of difference between every CPU in terms of some of their boosting behavior and some of their VF curve, right? So that is something to keep in mind. But if you go over here in terms of like processor utilization, you can see, bam, I can go in there and I can see my average voltage, my average current, my average temperature. I can see how long the system's been running its uptime, so 46 hours, right, that we've been running this specific testbed configuration. If I wanted to go in and do like my AI overclocking, hey, I can go in and enable AI overclocking and enable it, bam, and that's going to be pretty cool. So now I have my AiOC, and it can actually tell me what I'm going to AI overclock to. Because if I go right here, you can see that we're going to pump this up, where we're going to have like, this is going to be my AiOC based target. So you can see like 5.7 at 5.3, 5.4 at 5 cores, 5.4 at all cores, right? You can see then your E cores. You can see all of that data. But let's say you wanted to adjust that overclock to a specific thermal target, then bam. Now this is less of an issue because a Core Ultra is quite nice in terms of its temperatures, even under kind of more demanding workloads. But again, under gaming, even 13 and 14th gen didn't have any issues for thermals. People that say that there was thermal constraints, you were talking about synthetics, not about gaming. But either which way, you can go here and you could set this to like a target temperature of like 80 degrees, which is pretty cool. You could set it to whatever you want. You can also go down here and you could adjust the optimism slider. So if you want to be more aggressive, I could set it to like 110, or you could go down and like set it to 90, and it will adjust the whole algorithm automatically to kind of pull things up or pull things down for you, right? So a lot of flexibility that we have built out within the AiOC application, right? So I'm just going to go back down and just reset these things out to default. And lastly, show you kind of how DIMM Fit would be able to work if that was something that you were interested in. So you would go into DRAM timing control, and right here you can see under DIMM Fit we have an option, and you can see that you can pick one of the profiles that you can store with. And ideally, when you run this, you want to set the system to whatever the best performance is you've been able to get out of your memory. So whatever has generally successfully posted, booted, and is generally running without any issues. And then if you want to see about trying to get more variability out of it, or again, maybe you've had issues with instability even at the base levels, well, again, you could run it and then it would go through all its permutations and its cycles, where it'll just kind of keep running for literally hours and hours. So we can't really demo this one because conservatively, even the base runtime is probably going to be somewhere around, I'd say, 3 hours for it to run. And then it would give you an actual profile that you could actually leverage, right? And that profile would literally show right underneath here. It will give you a base profile that you can pull in. So those are just some of the really cool options that we have introduced here. But I think we're going to have, like I said, a dedicated stream where we'll look to highlight those things. I'm going to quickly boot into the OS because I just want to show you, lastly, how Driver Hub works. And that will, I think, wrap things up, guys. But I want to see if anybody has any quick questions as we kind of just wrap everything up here, if there's some items on that side. So yes, this would also update the MEI as well. So you would be okay on that side. Will it still update the MEI or manual function again? Yes. So yeah, we always have to offer it kind of independently, because sometimes some users just do things maybe even outside of the order recommendation that we would offer. They might still do it their own way, right? So in that regard, we still kind of have to offer that independently. But if you did do the actual compressed volume, so like me, on all my testing, I've downloaded the compressed file and it's updated the motherboard and the MEI firmware. So it takes care of that, both of them. Question for DIMFit: does it work on all RAM kits? Yes. So yes, it's actually, you can run it on any. It's not just for normal DIMMs. It's not just for CU DIMMs. It actually works on all types of different types of DIMM configurations. So the goal really there is to just be able to provide more granularity and flexibility. That if a user runs into a DRAM based issue, but they don't really know how to tune the memory, right? They don't know, should they adjust VDDQ, should they adjust TFRC, should they adjust the command rate, should they change these timings? They don't know how to maybe stabilize this. They can at least go in there, run the DIMM fit based on whatever they have. Is it 2 DIMMs? Is it 4 DIMMs? Is it 6000? Is it 7200? Is it 80? Is it 8200? They can run it on anyone's configurations, and we're going to go through these complex subroutines to try to find essentially that option for you. And the complexity of your DRAM configuration will dictate the time. So take for instance, if you run like a 128 gigabyte configuration with 4 DIMMs, so that's going to be 2 DPC, 2 SBC based configuration. That could probably take somewhere between probably 6 to 7 plus hours, right? Versus like a normal 2 DIMM configuration is probably going to be around that 2.5 to 3 hours. So it will vary depending on the kit configuration and the memory that you're using. Thank you. Oh, as far as for the fans, yes, I know that people are. I can tell you, I've seen the next generation fans that we're going to be offering for the ROG side that are going to be sold independently, but right now we don't have a plan to sell those units. So we are going to hopefully be offering those in the not too distant future. Somebody said the volume needs to go a little bit more. I can raise it a little bit, but I haven't had anybody else ask for that, right? So overall, I think hopefully that covers everything, guys. I'm gonna quickly put my GPU on there because I just want to show you guys the driver hub functionality. But if there's any last question there, I will do my best to answer it for you guys. So let me get my GPU in here. And for anybody that has stayed through the whole one, thank you guys. It's been awesome to be able to try to give you guys an update to all the cool stuff that we're doing. We've got definitely some more streams coming up. We're going to have a dedicated one that's going to go deep into just some OC stuff on just the CPU. We'll do kind of before and after demos. We'll have something targeted just on DRAM overclocking as well, I think, on that side as well. And I think I might maybe do a live build. I think it might be cool. We haven't done a build in a while, so I think it might be fun to actually do a dedicated kind of live build. So if you guys are interested in that, just make sure, of course, you're subscribed, be part of our PC DIY community, and we'll definitely make sure to give you guys all the information you need to know to join us for those streams. All right, so we're going to go ahead and jump in here really quick. Does ASUS have a recommended DDR5 vendor for the highest performance on CU DIMM? So CU DIMM has, none of the vendors have come out as of yet, right? The only manufacturer that actively has one right now that's available right now would be Crucial. So you can buy the Crucial CU DIMM kits available. We are, of course, the #1 industry leading partner for DRAM validation. So right now we know partners that are working on DIMM. Patriot is still, I believe, in design and development. G-Skill and Kingston will probably be the first to market within that. We do expect other partners like Team Group and other manufacturers to be coming with CU DIMM. I'd say that I feel really comfortable with recommending with any one of them, so I don't think that you have an immediate concern on that side. I can tell you the ones that I've already been testing right now initially have been from Kingston and from G-Skill. One thing to keep in mind is initially the CU DIMM kits that have been released haven't had any RGB based lighting design implementation. So if you really like RGB, you might still want to go with the traditional UDIMM based design, right? So that is maybe just something to kind of keep in mind in that side, right? And again, do keep in mind that if you probably do target a CU DIMM, my recommendation would be probably looking at least like an 8000 kit. I think looking at maybe some of the CU DIMM kits below that, unless you're trying to do like a min-max value proposition, where those kits can probably scale pretty healthy in terms of a higher memory speed, it makes most sense to be targeting that frequency because there's going to be that scaling range that's built into it. If you're going to go lower than that, I would say just prioritize going with a good performant UDIMM based selection. And there, tons of great choices out there. G-Skill, Team Group, Patriot, Kingston, AData, right? So many great memory partners that are out there that are offering good solutions. Give me 1 second, guys, here. Okay, let me go in here, load in this. Okay, and let me just go ahead and see. So Michael goes, I don't want RGB this time for several reasons. 8,000 kit sounds fine. Okay, yeah, no, totally. So we're just going to go into the OS. I'm going to show kind of one thing from there, and that will wrap up our stream, guys. So fantastic. Thank you guys for joining us today. If you guys haven't joined our PC DIY community, make sure to go ahead and check it out. We've got an amazing community that we recently launched there that's transitioning over from an old PC DIY group. We're going to be running some awesome giveaways. Actually, we're going to be doing some giveaways for some memory kits. I think we might even be maybe doing some stuff for maybe some of these new motherboards. So if you're interested in winning some new hardware, make sure to join us there in that brand new PC DIY community. We're going to have guides. We're going to have overviews. I'm going to have a little JJ's Corner in there that you'll be able to get some kind of cool insights and some stuff that I'm only kind of sharing generally with the community on that side. So I'd recommend that you definitely check that out if you're interested. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I took out the the SSD, so I don't even know where I put that SSD, guys. I can't boot in to kind of show you what I was going to show you there. I don't even remember where I popped that drive over. So, yeah, I think I took it out, right? Let me see. That is correct. I took it out, so I can't post. That's the one that actually had the live OS volume on there. So, sorry about that. I just wanted to be able to show you the driver hub functionality. Oh, actually, I can show you. I'm going to show you guys on an old system. This is actually on Z790, but it does work on there. I've already tested it, so I think I can show you there. So it should be okay. Let me just swap this. Let's see if this will work. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can go with that, guys. I'll show you that right there. Jack goes, thanks for the show, man. Appreciate it, man. Fantastic for joining us here. I appreciate it. It's been great to be able to kind of go over this. Yeah, so Jack, I can totally understand that if you went through those challenges. Ultimately, at the end of the day, of course, Intel is ultimately supporting replacements if you happen to have an issue on that side. We do feel confident that Intel is working very closely to make sure that they feel confident about the platform. So, of course, us being a tier 1 partner with them, we're committed to try to make sure the best experience possible. We are, of course, a partner for both Intel and AMD. So ultimately, whatever platform you decide to support, we've got a great range of options for you to consider. And ultimately, you never have to kind of upgrade to something, right? If you've got a platform that you're really happy with, I always tell people, you should judge your upgrades based on what you think makes the most sense for you, right? Whether it's going to be on the function, feature, the performance, right? What's going to make sense for you in that regard, right? Okay, so I don't have the iGPU driver installed on this, but for kind of showing you the one thing I want to be able to show you guys here, let me just go ahead and bring up this driver hub, right? So you can see right here, it's very, very simple. Just go ahead and update driver hub. And when you go ahead and open it up, you can see it was that simple, right? It just literally scans your system. It will let you know which drivers you would need to be able to go ahead and install. So you can see right here, here's the optional software because I have all my drivers already actually installed. And you can actually see the rest of that breakdown of that information. There's then supplemental software, which could be things like the MEI update tool, which are also available. And then I love that you can also go ahead and set it for an actual update notification, which you can set on either a weekly or on a monthly basis. So from there, it's just a little web module right down there at the bottom, which you can actually go ahead and click to engage if you want to be able to go ahead and run updates on there. But again, that is the new baseline for how you're actually going to be running your drivers in your primary utility installation. AC will still be the primary application though that you use, of course, for RGB management, for syncing profiles, for of course enabling overclocking, for everything else. But driver hub has now been decoupled to be able to offer you this streamlined experience in that respect. So that gives you that update, guys. Overall, it's been a fantastic stream, so make sure to keep it tuned. I think for the next stream, where we're, like I said, focusing just all about more megahertz, right? We'll talk about overclocking, dive into that. We give you guys some of that baseline primer in terms of frequency expectations, DRAM frequency expectations for both UDIMM and for CUDIMM. Understanding, I think, some of the range that you're going to have on the VF curve, but we'll dive into more of that. We'll do some before and after demos as well and some stuff like that. So I think probably, I'm not sure exactly when, but keep it tuned to the PC DIY channel in the group and for those updates. So with that, guys, take care, take it easy, enjoy the rest of your day, and best of luck with your guys' builds. Bye-bye.